Hello everyone, it's me, 1014. Sorry about missing the past 2 days streams. Things happened. On Wednesday, I was completely dead tired, so I was unable to bring any energy, so I wasn't able to stream as a result. Um, that's due to the multiple streams I had to do on Tuesday, not just my channel, but for Ogma's live streams due to being part of his team. As for Thursday, my alarm never went off. I just straight up woke up at like noon, and I'm like, this is way too late to start streaming. So I didn't stream that day because of that. Normally, I would then use today as catch-up day. Catch up on my streaming. But I really didn't want to do that. So instead, I'm just gonna sit here, chill out, and work on some D&D table. Yeah, that's going to be the entire thing for today. I'm just going to be sitting here working on loot tables and D&D and chatting with anyone who happens to come by. This is stuff I'd be doing anyway. But now I'm just doing it on camera, basically. So that's fun. So sit back, relax, maybe grab a drink and some food, because we're in it for the long haul, and it's going to be incredibly chill. I have some nice ambient Skyrim music. Currently I'm getting started. I should probably drag down the screen so you not that. I'm currently in the getting started sending invites phase. Why I'm bothering to invite people I don't know, given Bill Street. Sure. But which is alright, this is which second. Here. Yeah, it's me. There. Paste it here. Do 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 do. Yeah, I'm just so if you guys are looking for things to get done, then probably not the stream. But if you want to just hang out and chat, what I do most of the time, not on stream, then yeah, we're gonna chill out. We're gonna be here for probably 4 to 6 hours. guessing. Posting all the things. Posting all the things. Bread. Cool. Got all that done. Alright. So let's get to these tables actually open. I've been talking about the tables, but I don't actually have them open. I do not. Alright, let's open some. So, at the loot table itself, I'm not working on. But what I am working on is this, this, and so what you are looking at is tables divided by item rare. Basically, I'm going through every single item I currently have in Roll20 and adding them one at a time onto the corresponding table. Now, that is of everything of that rarity. So mundane, common, uncommon. I'm excluding stuff that does not fit in the world. And I'm also adding in some joke things like Sam. And the reason why is this table. Now, something to know about this table is that the lower down you go, the more chances it has to activate, as you can see here. The higher up you go, the less chances it has to activate, as you can see. So, this stuff is very common, whereas this stuff is exceedingly rare. And yeah, basically, whenever I have no idea what the hell is supposed to be in a chest or something, I just roll on this table and see what they find. You know, the amount of times I roll on the table is pretty much entirely determined by the size of the actual object they're looting. And if I just want to generate random loot, I just use this table. It just generates random loot. But some of the things I have on here is like one mundane item, or one common magic item, or three 1d4 common magic items. Okay, but if I'm going to do that, I need a magic item table, obviously, with all those things in. And so that's what I'm doing. This is me setting up the items table, mundane and magic. This is including artifacts. One of the things on the loot table is the very, very, very slim chance of an artifact being there. It's not zero. It's just incredibly slim. Meaning, it's practically zero. But just on the off chance they does trigger, we'll do an artifact. And yeah, besides that, it's just me going through this on Roll20 once it loads. And just adding things. Basically, just putting names in the table. Not putting details, because I figure once the name comes up, then I can look it up. And then get the details and the description that way. Wait, I think it was on Cloak of Many Fashions was the last thing I did. That Uncommon. Circuit of Blasting. Cloak of Billowing. Looks like Cloak of Billowing was the last one. Up here. Yeah. Okay. Now it's time for Cloak of Displacement. having a small argument. The Cloak of Displacement. Alright, now we have Cloak of Opencard. That is uncommon. Here. Cloak of Invisibility. Legendary. There. Cloak of Protection is only uncommon. Oh, right, because it requires two. I forget that it's only uncommon. For some reason, I tend to think of Cloak of Protection as rare, but then again, Ring of Protection is rare, so... it doesn't require attunement. I don't think it might, I don't know. By the way, I will fully let people wear multiple cloaks if they have multiple cloaks. I don't see a reason why you can't. That's it. What was I on? Cloak of the Bat? I just do Cloak of the Bat. I just take Cloak. Okay. So now Cloak of the Manta Ray, which is my favorite, one of my favorite magic. Like, I love Cloak of Manta. As a player, character, and as just a DM, I love Cloak of Manta Ray. Really good cloak that doesn't require attunement. The Clockwork Amulet is also really cool as well. Armor. Also allow armor. club. Okay, one. I think it just straight up doesn't tell me its actual rarity at all. Uncommon. Thank you. I want to know. Okay, this guy's fine. Now I need to actually. Oh, that. I found it. This feed. Yeah, that was the. Yeah, agreed. There's a way to use the blood roll while mid. He dodges an action. points to. Oh, is that the dodge as an action? Oh, is action. The dodge as. Oh, right. Sorry, we were talking about the Bloodwell Vial, which is an interesting item. I don't actually currently have it in my list, I think, because it's in a book that I don't own. But it's certainly a very interesting item. It's an item that says whenever you spend a hit die, you regain 5 sorcery points, which normally you can only spend hit die on short rest, so that's virtually useless for a sorcerer. However, there's a certain racial feat called Dwarven Fortitude that says whenever you take the dodge action, you can spend a hit die to regain number of hit points equal to the roll of the hit die plus a Constitution modifier. So you could then use that to trigger Bloodwell Vial to gain 5 sorcery points mid-combat, which is actually not bad, because then you could use your action to dodge, regain some hit points, regain some sorcery points, and then use some of those sorcery points to quicken spell to do a spell as a bonus action, which is a pretty neat little combo that I quite like. Coiling grasp. Jesus. Oh my god. Books utensils. Let me know how my audio is, by the way, for anyone. costume clothes. Sorry, I'm also talking. I'm not too worried about being super Tony on the. Plus, there's no one talking in Twitch yet. So, don't worry about that. What the hell is the quicker route? Ages ago, Serene God Rao created tools to shield his fledgling. Is this a Theros thing? No, it's Toxicon. Against the evil planes. Yet, as aeons pass, mortals develop their own methods of threats largely forgotten. Recent ages, though, the Kukurao she discovered leverage against the rising power of the witch Tasha. Although she was defeated, Tasha managed to damage the Kork during the battle, infecting it with its curse and potential for. In the aftermath, the Kork was again lost. Occasionally it reappeared, the same artifact is not what it was. Whether or not the artifacts are a realizable threat, you risk using the crowd. That's why I like artifacts. They just kind of have a tendency to just show up, and you never quite know when they're going to show up. Kerbar. Crystal ball of mind reading. Crystal ball of telepathy. That was legendary, right? Yeah, I thought so. It's the ball of pain. Right, I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be back. Because I forgot to actually grab water before this stream. I'm back. Although, yes, you in fact see that correctly. There is a chance that they'll just get an airship as a Monday night. Like an entire freaking airship. Right here. That is a distinct possibility of them just opening up a chest and there just being an entire airship. It would be silly, but it could happen. Crystal Blade, what's your thing? So its blade is fashioned from the horn of a spine from a crystal dragon. When you hit with an attack roll using the sword, the attack target and takes extra 1d8 radiant damage. So it has 3 charges. We can on new creature with the attack roll using the sword, you can expend 1 charge. Okay. That doesn't matter. Ugh. Whistling Chronicle. An edged crystal spear the size of a grapefruit hums faintly and pulses with irregular flares of light. Was this from top often? While you are touching the crystal, you can retrieve Aaron's store information and spells from within the crystal at the same time and trades as ready. When found the crystal spells. Okay. What's the spell book for you? Oh, requires to my wizard. So it is basically a portable spell book. Cool. Spell has 3 charges, and what it gains has a bunch of spells standing. After a spell, you can equip 1 charge, cast it without using cards up to 100 gold value. Interesting. Cool. Crystalline Chronicle. Let's see. Cube of Force. Cube is about an inch across. Each has marking on it and can be pressed. Cube starts 36 charges and regains 1d20 charges at daily dawn. Action to press one of the cube's spaces, depending the number of charges based on the pace. That's when the cube force space table. Each base has a different effect. If the cube has its charge remaining, nothing happens. Otherwise, a barrier of invisible force brings warrior cube 15 feet inside. Barrier is centered on you, moves with you, and lasts for 1 minute. You use an action to press the cube fixed or the cube charges. You change the barrier's effect by charges. Duration? 1 minute. Okay. If you move because the barrier to come in contact with a solid object that has to the cube, you can't move it close to that object. Okay, so here's the barriers. 1. Gases, wind, and fog can't patch. 2. Non-living matter can't patch the barrier. Walls, floors, ceilings pass through at your discretion. Living matter can't pass through the barrier. Spell effects can't pass through. Nothing can pass through the barrier. Walls, floors pass through your discretion. The barrier deactivates. The cube loses charges when the barrier is targeted by certain spells or contact with certain spell or magic item effects, as shown in the following table. Disintegrate 1d12. Prismatic Spray 1d20. Pass Wall 1d6. Corner Blasting d10. Wall of Fire 1d. Okay, neat. It's kinda sorta Wall of Force, but just get a cube that can just do it. That's pretty good. Cubic Gate. What is a cubic gate? Wondrous item, legendary. This cube is 3 inches across and radiates palpable magical energy. The 6 sides of the cube each are key to a different. That's a weird character. I assume that it's supposed to be different plane of existence. One of which is a plane. The other sides are linked to planes determined by the DM. You can use an action to press one side of the cube to cast the gate spell with it, opening a portal to the plane key that side. Alternatively, if you press one side twice, you can use the plane shift spell with the cube and transport the targets to the plane key side. The cube has 3 charges. Each use expends 1 charge, so the cube gains 1d3 charges. No. Interesting. Very powerful. At least Strixhaven Master. Green's Instant Fortress. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. Dagger. Damascus. +1 daggers, uncommon item. Oh no. Rare. 2-dagger. Yes, it's a lot of entries on here that are just block weapons. It's kind of interesting. Dagger Venom. So first off, it's a +1 dagger, and you use an action to cause thick black poison to go to blade. The poison remains for 1 minute or until an attack using weapon hits the creature. Creature must succeed a DC 15 Constitution saving throw or take 10 poison damage to become poisoned for 1 minute. Dagger can't be used again. Interesting. God, yeah, that. Oh, good. I just thought of if you had a player character who could make a lot of those things, and you just turn them into arrows. Not just into arrows, but like you shot those daggers out of a launcher of some kind at an enemy, and you had like a bunch of them. That would be a lot of damage. That would indeed be a lot of damage. Where the hell was I? Sorry, that had me thinking about the amount of damage and kind of blanked. Dancing Sword. What is Dancing Sword? You can use a bonus action to toss this magic sword into the air and speak the command word. When the sword begins to hover, flies up to 30 feet, and attacks one creature of your choice within 5 feet. The sword uses your attack roll and the ability to roll modifier for damage roll. While the sword hovers, you can use a bonus action to cause it to fly up to 30 spot within feet. As part of the same bonus action, you can cause the sword to attack 3 feet of it. Okay. That actually gives me an idea for a certain. Let me go ahead and I want any. What I want right now. Epic boon. There's a specific epic boon I just thought of. There's no 3rd level artificer epic boon. Oh. I have a better. I have an idea for two six. just had a burst of inspiration, so I wanted to get. Sorry for being quiet. I had this burst of inspiration to work on the epic boons, and so I did. I wrote that down, and then someone's messaging me about tomorrow because there'll be the next session of Oncoming Storm tomorrow. But, and one of the players is going to be unable to make it because of a nephew's party thing. They're like 7, 8 months old, and they're being forced to interact with a bunch of people and blah blah blah. So, yeah, that's a thing. And they basically said that, oh, hey, their character's going to be running errands. And I'm like, yeah, we'll just say that Silvestro sent them somewhere to go pick up supplies because Silvestro can just kind of do that. That's what's up with that. Okay, back to what I was doing. Um, dagger. Okay, so dark shard damage. The dart. I'm like 99% sure that's uncommon, so unless not, it should. Yeah, it was uncommon. Be like, that's one time so I'd be like, fuck. But no. No. Canter of Endless Water. Come on, Deck of Illusion. Go, go, do, 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 do. The deck of many things. Press tab 20. Thunder. Demonomicon of Tasha. An expansive truth documenting the Abyss's infinite layers and inhabitants. The Demonomicon of Tasha is the most thorough and blasphemous tomes of demonology in the world. The tome recounts both the oldest and most current profanity, Abyss, and demons. Have attempted to censor the text, and all sections are ripped out of the book's spine, the general chapters remain, even revealing demonic secrets. And the book holds more than blasphemies. Page behind lines of script and roils a secret piece of the abyss itself, which keeps the book up to date, no matter how many pages are removed, and it longs to be more than mere reference. Random properties. The artifact has the following properties, which you can determine by rolling on the table artifact. Book has 8 charges. It reaches 1d8 on. While holding it, you can actually cast Tasha's hideous laughter from it, or to expend 1 or more charges to cast one of the following spells, DC 20 for it. Magic Circle, Magic Jar, Planner Ally, Planner Binding, Cling Shift, only to the Abyss. Summon Fiends appears in the book. Abyssal Reference. You can reference Demonomicon whenever you make an intelligence check to discern information about demons, or Wisdom Survival check related to the Abyss. When you do so, you can add double your proficiency bonus to the check. I would also allow advantage. Fiendish Scourging. Your magic causes pain to fiends. While carrying the book, when you make a damage roll for a spell you cast against a fiend, you can max impossible roll result instead of rolling. Ensnarement. While carrying the book, whenever you cast a magic circle spell naming only fiend, or the planner binding spell targeting fiend. Spells cast at 9th level, regardless of what level spell slot you have used, if any. Additionally, the fiend has advantage on the saving throw against spell. Containment. The first 10 pages of the Demonomicon are blank. As an action, while holding the book, you target a fiend you can key that is trapped within the circle. The fiend must see a DC 20 charisma saving throw with disadvantage or be trapped within one of the Demonomicon's empty pages, which fills with writing detailing trapped creatures widely known name and depravities. Once used, the action can't be used again until next time. When you finish a long rest, if you and the Demonomicon are in the same plane of resistance, the trapped creature of the highest challenge rating within the book can attempt to possess you. Must make a DC 20 charisma saving throw. Failure, you are possessed by controls you like a puppet. Possessing creature can as an action, appearing its closest on their face. A successful save, the fiend can try to possess you. So, when the totem is discovered, it has 1d4 fiends occupying pages, typically an assortment of demons. Destroying the Demonomicon. To destroy the book, 6 different demon lords must each tear out 1/6 of the book's pages. If this occurs, the pages reappear after 24 hours. Before all those hours pass, anyone who opens the book's remaining binding is transported to a distant layer of the abyss, the lights hidden within the book. At the heart of this deadly semi-sentient domain lies a long-lost artifact, Raz Old Blue's staff. If the staff is dragged from the pocket blank, the tome is reduced to a mundane and quite out-of-date copy of the Tome of the Dead, the work that served as the foundation for the phenomena. Once the staff emerges, the Demon Lord Shrez will instantly knows. That's what I'm actually curious about. I don't actually know about this staff. I'm gonna go look it up. Cool. This is good to know. I will definitely add that in as an artifact item that, well, not necessarily rolled, but just an artifact item that exists. I'll just list it as wrapped within the Demonomicon. By the way, I put that down as a DM note for later. But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and add it. Oh wait, I already added that. Don't need to do that again. Devotee Sensor. Requires attunement by a cleric or paladin. Okay. The rounded head of the flail is perforated with tiny holes arranged in patterns. The flail counts as a hold symbol for you. When you hit using an attack with a magic flail, the target takes an extra 1d8 radiant damage. As an action, you can speak the command word to cause a flail to emit a thin cloud of incense out to 10 feet and enemies. At the start of each of your turns, you and any other creature can each regain hit points. The property can't be used again until next dawn. Neat. I will actually be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and no one's here anyway, so I might as well. Uh-oh. Yeah, I had to go back. I'll be back. Alright, I had a really big urge to go back. Yeah! I did. I'm back. And we can get back to this. Let me drag back in. Cool. Realizing that's micro adjustments I'm making. There we go. For those wondering why the top of the screen is cut off, that's entirely on purpose, and it's because I have it's because I don't really want the tabs to be visible up here. I don't really want the tabs to be visible. So I just have it like this. And for those who say just put on full screen, I don't really care about that. And also, if I was to do that, then there would just be a section of the screen that's just black. So I don't even bother, and I just kill two birds with one stone. This covers up the tabs and makes sure that the screen is just partially black. Plus, for those of you who know and are big members of my channel, which is very few of you, but for those of you who are, you know that the entire right side of my TV is effed up. Like, completely. So, this edge that you see right here, like this edge right here, which I just realized now you can't actually see where my mouse goes. But there's an entire section off to the right of the screen that's just a giant purple and black bar right now of graphics that I just can't see. And then I can see a little bit past that. There's just an entire bar that just makes it so there's an entire section of my screen I can't see. I know I need to replace my TV at some point. It's slowly getting worse. I know that. But at the same token, I don't have the money to buy a new PC. So I kind of need to deal with what I got. Alright, I just did Devotee Sensor, I believe. Yeah, I did. Did I actually place it down? I think. Yeah, I did. Dice set. Dimensional shackles. You can use action to place these shackles on incapacitated creature. The shackles adjust to fit the of a small to large size. In addition to serving as mundane manacles, the shackles prevent the creature bound by them from method of movement, including teleportation, travel to a different. They don't prevent the creature from passing through the portal. You and any creature you designate when you use the shackles can move them. Once every 30 days, the bound creature can 30 strength athletics. On successful save, the creature breaks free for his shackles. Demir Keyword. This key rune card with black stone accent will resemble a stylized horror. On command, it transforms into an intellect device that resembles your guild symbol. 6-point like way. The creature exists for up to 24 hours. During this time, choose only a single mission you give it, usually an assignment to take over someone's body, either to impersonate that person for a brief time or to extract secrets. When the mission is complete, the creature reports success or reverts to its key rune form. Diplomat's pack. Guys get DOS loot. What do? An instrument of the bards is an instrument of the bards is an exquisite example of time. Superior to an ordinary instrument, but 7 types of these instruments, each named after bard college. The following table lists the spells common to all instruments as well as spells specific. A creature that attempts to play the instrument into it must sustain a 15 or take 2d for second damage. You can use an action to play the instrument, cast one of the spells. One has been used. Spell can't be cast that spell again. Spells use your spellcasting ability and spell save. You can play the instrument while casting a spell that causes any. Play the instrument while casting a spell that causes any of its targets to enter on a failed saving throw, thereby imposing to save. Effect applies only if the spell has somatic or and cool. That's loot. Rockhorn. Okay. Drackhorn was a gift from Tiamat in the war between giants. It was once the horn of her ancient birds, a fulmerin that she gave to dragons of them in giants. The Drackhorn is a signaling device. So large that requires 2 medium creatures or 1 large creature to hold it, and while a third creature making the earth resonate with its call. The horn has been blasted with fire into a dark ebony hue and is wrapped in bands of bronze with draconic runes that glow with purple eldritch fire. The low moaning drone of the Drackhorn discomforts normal animals within a few miles and alerts all dragons within 2,000 miles to rise and be wary, for great danger is at hand. Coded blasts were once used to signal specific messages. Knowledge of these codes has been lost. Those with knowledge of Drackhorn's history know it was first built to signal danger to dragons. A purpose the cult of dragon has corrupted to call chromatic dragons the Well of Dragons. A creature entering a room where the Drackhorn is sounding is temporarily deafened and fricative constitution. Success indicates deafness and minutes after the Drackhorn's sound. Failure indicates that he remains deafened for 1 hour after the Drackhorn. While the horn is sounding, a creature must make a DC 15 Constitution saving throw the first time on a turn it enters the 150 cone in front of the horn or starts its turn there. On the failed save, it takes 68 thunder damage and is knocked prone. On a successful save, the creature takes half damage and is prone. The horn can't be turned or aimed at the target. Dragon Scale Man. Now, that would be slightly different. Actually is important. On a gear. There. But I want to make that small add to items. We'll get there later. Alright, so Dragon's like not all of that. Not the essentials kit, the Dungeon Master Guide. I want to know rarity. There we go, it's rare. Oh. Hmm. Dragon Wing Bow. Also rare. Dragon Chess Set. Game card. It doesn't have a rarity limit. So I'm just going to list that as rare and just call it a day. That's what my gut tells me. I can hide belt. Uncommon. Did I just do the very rare one? Yeah, I did. Just double checking. I got distracted. Okay, Dragonlance. Legendary. Dragon Tooth Dagger. Oh, rare. Also, I just now realized. Agree with this. Ah, so it basically does what I already gave to Dragon Bone. So never mind. Drift Globe. Oh, one of my other favorite men. All floating light. It's permanent cannon. Basically a permanent. Brow poison injury. A drum thing. The potency. Yeah. Yeah, Windows. I know it's going to restart. It's Ultimer is okay. Dungeon back. Dupli- Duplicitous manuscript. To you, this book is a magical spellbook. To anyone else, the book appears to be a volume of verbose romance fiction. What is this one? Toss is called over. As an action, you can change the book's appearance and alter the plot of the romance. When found, the book contains following spells: hallucinatory terrain, major image, mirror image, lead, Mistl's magic aura, phantasmal forest, silent image, and function spellbook. While you're holding the book, you can spellcasting focus for wizard spells. Focus 3 charges, begins 1 on. Charges wait. Playing the book, spend 1, blah blah. Great. When a creature you can see makes intelligence investigation the true nature of an illusion you cast, or make a save against the illusion you cast, use your reaction to external charge plus advantage on the roll. Okay. Dust of corrosion. As an action, you could throw this dust into the air, filling the extent swimming. Surfaces and objects made of non-magical ferrous metal in the area instantly corrode and turn to dust, becoming useless and unsalvageable. Any creature in the area that is made wholly or partly out of ferrous metal must make a DC 13 throw, take 4d8 necrotic damage, fail save, or have someone. Found in a small packet, this dust is made from finely ground rust moss during the night. There is enough dust in each packet for dust of disappearance. Found in a small packet, the founder. What is this stuff from? Good. Dungeon Master's Guide? Found in a small packet, the powder resembles very fine sand. There's enough for one use when you there. You and each creature and object can be visible for 2. The duration game for all subjects. Dust of Darkness. Oh yeah, I was talking about dust of sneeze. Okay, sounds pretty cool. Oh yeah, this stuff. Dwarven plate. It gives me an idea for a new item. Or sorry, for a new material. Go ahead and save that image desktop and upload it here. No. Here.
Right.
Oh, hello, Jaden. How are you doing?
Oh, hello. I was about to hop onto your stream and see if you actually were AFK, and I just joined while chat's now hearing my voice.
Yeah, no, I'm actually here. Currently, I'm working on Dwarven Metal, which is a new material I'm adding into the game based off of the Dwarven Plate item. But I'm turning into an actual material instead of just a magic item.
Wait one sec. I have an idea. Something I actually have an idea of that.
Well, currently I'm working on that, and I'm basing off of some of the materials I already know. Like, I basically think of it as like a middle ground between adamantine and. So I'm looking at the properties I have already for adamantine, basing some of the properties for this. Also, while looking at the Dwarven Plates properties.
Uh, I don't know if you're gonna have like a heavier weight property because from what I've
No.
seen a lot of time. Okay, not okay. Then ignore me.
Okay.
Because if you were gonna make it like almost exactly about how dwarves are, because dwarves always for some reason make a lot of their metal stuff very heavy.
Well, I mean, it will be heavy in the sense of it's heavy like adamantine is, but it's not like it makes you slower or something.
No, not that. No, I don't know this way because in a lot of like fantasy settings, like even in D&D, dwarves have always made very like heavy based metal. Not metal that makes it like it's so heavy that it's hard to walk. It's just heavy in general. Like it's designed. The more heavier the metal, the more protection you have.
Okay, well, mechanically speaking, what does that mean other than just flavor?
Nothing. It's
I
essentially
know.
law purposes. It's the same as normal armor and stuff.
Well, I know, and I'm looking
But
for
that,
mechanical benefits, is what I'm trying to think of. Uh,
you could say that when someone dons a full set of dwarven-based armor, they have resistance to slashing, uh, piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning damage. You
I
could do
could.
something like that.
I'm basing it partly off of the things from the already existing Dwarven plate, because the already existing Dwarven plate says you gain a +2 bonus to AC. And it says if an effect would move you against your will along the ground, you can use your reaction to reduce the distance you're moved by up to 10 feet.
Well, that's a good. That's actually a good reference to the weight of dwarven armor with
Yeah,
that. So, yeah.
so I'm basing some of it off of that, but I do want to do more than just that. It's just that's something that I do have as a reference. Cool. Um,
Uh,
yes.
okay, then another idea I could add. Um, if you make it a oh, this is good. If when you make a if you make like a dwarven shield, you could have possibly like it ups your AC by 3 instead of the normal +2 a shield does. More protection.
Well, I figured it'd be a
Don't know about
plus because normally Ace shield up to your AC by 2, so it'd just be +4 in this instead of +2 because the Dwarven Metal is just better. Keep in mind, I have Adamantine giving you a
true,
+5,
true.
so
I
it's not
don't
like
really
it'd be.
know how.
It's
Sorry, go on.
basically I think of Dwarven Plate as like a middle ground between Mithril and Adamantine, where it's not as heavy duty as Adamantine, but it's also not nearly as light as Mithril. It's like in the middle of the two. So it combines some of the more. It's lighter than it combines some of the more things like it's better than normal metals, but it's not quite as light as Mythwol, and it's not quite as protecting as Adamantine, but it also has its own dwarven quirks too, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You could take a reference out of the Dragon Age dwarves. You gain resistance to any form of magical effects and any form of magical damage.
That's very powerful.
It's an idea.
It's an idea, yes. It would jack up the price per pound by a lot.
Yeah.
Currently, I have it at 25 gold pieces per pound, because that's what I have both adamantine and mithril set at 25 gold pieces.
Okay.
Which, for reference, a full plate armor is 65 pounds. So that gives you an idea of how much a full set of dwarven plate costs. If it's 25 gold pieces per pound, and there's 65 pounds in full plate mail.
Mm.
But yeah, no, I'm open to ideas.
Yeah, there's a couple things because I know because the one thing I know about fantasy, like dwarves in fantasy, is they always have a tendency to have high power and high defense focused things instead of high mobility and other things. So it's more what I'm trying to think around. Oh yeah, I should do those.
I'm changing the one thing that says if an effect moves you against your will along the ground, the distance you are moved is reduced by up to 10 feet. Instead of using a reaction, it just happens.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Because there's already like a dwarven racial feature that kind of does that anyway. So basically, you kind of gain the racial bonus of the dwarves, but by wearing dwarven plate. And by the way, it stacks on top of the racial bonus of the dwarves, so that makes dwarves even harder to push around.
That is true. Very, very true. Yeah.
Oh, I just had an idea. How about in addition, whenever you get hit by an attack that damages you, you can use your reaction to spend a hit dice to gain to gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your hit die roll plus your constitution mod.
Like it basically is upping your AC.
Well, it's upping your temporary
I mean
hit points.
HP.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it basically is it's adding a modifier to every time when you gain temporary HP, it adds a modifier to that HP, that temp HP increase.
Yes, but not only that, if you're about to be hit by an attack, you can get some of the dwarven stubbornness and just use one of your hit dice that you normally use during a short rest, but instead just gain temporary HP before you take the damage to effectively lessen the amount of damage you take. Some of that dwarven resilience.
I like that idea. I like that idea. That sounds nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the big things about dwarves is that they're stubborn bastards that are very resilient.
What's fun? What makes me laugh is in D&D, the orcs are more stubborn because they literally get relentless endurance, where they just use a reaction to survive. No, they can just survive on 1 HP, and then they just can't do it until they do another long rest. Which is funny to me.
Yeah, it's funny to me too.
I'll take that.
Now, here's the question: do I have it heal you, or do I have it give you temp HP? Because I had an idea of I could either do the temp
I'd
HP.
say
Yes.
healing would be more for something that's more on the side that if you keep dealing damage, it will heal you. But for dwarves, it focuses more on defense, less on it just heals you. So probably say either it ups your AC or it gives you temporary hit points when you dawn it.
Right. And the reason why I'm tying it to hit dice, because almost no people actually use their hit dice, to be fair. because people rarely ever heal during short rests.
That's true.
So this gives
As
more of a
bad as
use
it
for
is, it's so true.
right. So this gives more of a use for hit dice. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm playing. I'm just playing Project Ascension. I haven't played it in a while, and I've got a weird addiction for it again.
Cool. I do hear you talk
I'm
about
trying.
that game.
Yeah. I'm trying to make a battle mage, which gnomes are the best to set up for battle mage builds, from what people have said.
Cool.
Yeah.
Never you.
Of course, starting out, I can only pick strength because I don't get my battle mage stuff until far later. Focus on warrior skills, so let's first grab.
I also like the
If you don't
idea of
mind.
dwarven plates interacting with temporary hit points, just because that's a unique thing that not many things actually interact with, and it also really fits flavor-wise with dwarves, because dwarves are big about the natural resilience of yourself. So it makes sense that their armor would help bring out the natural resilience of the person.
Yeah, I like that idea too, because that makes complete sense. Because of how they Whoa, what? Oh god, I didn't even realize. Death Knight's getting released soon. I forgot they're releasing Death Knight soon in Project Ascension. Sorry, I'm having a bit of an overreaction because I'm quite excited
It's fine.
for
This
that.
this does mean, by the way, that if you have dwarven plate and a dwarven shield, you'll get your and you're trying to be moved against your will. It will reduce the amount of feet that you're moved by 20, because the two effects do
Oh,
stack.
yeah. Quick question though. The temp HP, is that correlated to your AC value? Like if you have an AC of like 20, then you get 20 temp HP on top of that,
No,
or what? Because I didn't hear your actually temp HP. Ooh.
no, it doesn't correlate to AC at all. Um,
Okay.
the amount of temporary. So basically, how it works is I'll read out what I posted here, which is in addition, whenever you would take damage from an attack or an effect, you can use a reaction and expend one hit dice to gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier plus your hit die roll before you take the damage. And then the other effect says, in addition, whenever you gain temporary hit points by any means other than the armor, you regain an additional amount of gain an additional amount of temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier. So it doesn't have anything to do with AC. It has to do with if you're about to take damage, you can use a reaction and expend a hit die to gain temporary hit points and effectively either
Yeah.
lessen or negate the damage as a result.
That sounds like fun.
It is. I agree. It does sound like fun.
That's especially good because that actually gives me a reason to. I could possibly try and see about crafting armor like that for Jaden because that would be very helpful for me.
Yep. The only limitation.
Especially help. Sorry, just on add on. It's also especially helpful for Dracul as well.
Yep. The only limitation currently is no one in the party has knowledge of Dwarven Plate right now, because no one's really had contact with dwarves.
And no one is a dwarf.
Right. So the only one that currently has knowledge of it in either campaign is Thorun Blackmane, because he himself is a dwarf. And that's in the other timeline.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That. Okay.
Now here's the
Okay.
interesting question: what should be the properties of the weapon version? Because this can be made into armor, but it can also be made into a weapon. So
If I understand like dwarf fantasy lore, their weapons focus on high power, but their equipment like armor and shields focus on high defense. So probably something that like it ups their damage when they use it or something.
maybe I'll see if there's any. Wait, isn't there something called like the Axe of Dwarvish Lords or something like that? I could probably pull some stuff on that too.
Yeah,
See.
I think there is.
Yeah, and I know it's an artifact item, so not gonna pull everything, but there is something here. Huh. Magic weapon.
Well, there we go.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh no, I do not have space.
It would definitely count as a +2 weapon by just being made of the metal. Which, by the way, I want to point out, these effects that we talked about, they are not magical. They're just innate properties of the metal. So they would stack
Yeah,
with
I can.
magical effects.
Yeah, I could have guessed. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you made it a +3 enchanted armor on top of being dwarven metal, then that's a +5 to your AC. So yeah, dwarven metal's no joke.
Oh
Good.
God! Wow. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have fun with this.
Yeah. What do I do for adamantine? Oh right.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, we could do that. We could just make it be a +2 weapon because neither mithril nor adamantine actually give a plus when it's a weapon variant. Adamantine just gives +5 when it's made into armor, and then the weapon variant just deals double damage to objects. And but the dwarven version can actually just straight up be a +2 weapon. What else?
I guess I need to make a campfire.
Uh,
Oh wow.
Also, I like how a bomb is just an item in D&D.
Yeah. You haven't heard of the bomb?
I know it's just a mundane item, but it's just kind of fun.
Yeah.
Anyway, what does a sword of sharpness do? That's what I'm wondering. I could potentially give.
Oh god, I know about the sword of sharpness. I'm trying to remember.
I just looked it up on
Because
Wolf.
yeah.
Go ahead. What
I
were you
think it's
gonna
one
say?
of the. I believe it's one of the few weapons that literally says, "Oh, it just does bleed," or something.
No. Um, it can do extra. Basically, if you roll a nat 20 with it, it does an extra 4d6 slashing damage, and then you could roll another.
Yeah.
And then you can roll
Yeah.
another d20, and if you get another nat 20 after that, then it straight up lops off limbs. It's the only.
Yeah, I think you told me something about that about my when we were working on my
Yeah.
other campaign. Yeah.
I brought it up because it's the only item. You had a system for injury and lopping off limbs and stuff, and it's the only
Yeah.
item in regular D&D that just straight up lops off limbs.
Also, great way for us to spoil to the entire stream that yeah you're working on a campaign of mine as a backup DM.
Whoops. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't have to be secretive. I mean it's kind of obvious that you're also going to be streaming it, so yeah.
Yeah.
No, what's this?
Oh god. I could give it so that an item made from Dwarven Metal just automatically has the thrown property. To throw it at people.
We could do that.
Like, I just made a
Nothing's
great
gonna
hammer
stop
that
you.
weighs 40 pounds. I'll just tuck it at your dome up to 60 feet away.
You could do that. There's nothing stopping you.
I know there's nothing stopping me, and that's a hilarious thought. But it's like, do I want to do that? Maybe.
Do it.
Sure.
Do it. You won't. What is this? Is this? Oh yeah, I have to kill these trogs, the troglodytes, who had their name changed to trogs because for some reason people said it was rude. You know, that's actually in lore what they're called. They're called troglodytes,
Right.
but now they're just called trogs.
Yeah.
I love how sleepless. Sorry, I had to mute there for a second.
It's fine.
Oh, I'm also really happy that they changed the grinding system in this. From 1 to 20, the enemies level up with you. They level up to.
Also, I did write lore for Dwarven Metal. If you want to hear what lore I wrote for it.
Sure.
Dwarven metal and craftsmanship is renowned around the world for its fine quality, strength, and toughness. A material as dense and stubborn as the dwarves themselves who create it, it is a direct gift from Moradin. The mysterious metal is all actually an alloy of other metals. Though, I forgot what the Moradin thing. Moradin, the Forger of Souls.
Is he the dwarven god?
He's
If
the
I'm correct?
dwarven god who created all of dwarven kind. Yes.
Ah, had
Anyway,
the feeling.
this mysterious metal is actually an alloy of other metals. Though the exact process of making dwarven metal is a closely guarded secret that only the most elite craftsmen of the dwarven culture know, and is rarely ever told to outsiders. You can dispute the usefulness of the material, however, if you can work it, as it can make hardy and strong armors and weapons almost on par with adamantine, while still being lighter and seemingly acting as a middle ground between adamantine and mithril.
I see.
That is the lore I have written for it.
I like that.
I'm going to add a small flavor thing that's just probably will never come up, but it's interesting. Weapons made of dwarven metal do an extra 1d6 damage to giants. Elves.
Wait, why? Oh, I get it. Because of the war between elves and dwarves.
Yes. And some of that.
I
Do
that
you
little
think
silly
that's too
law of
do you think that's too far as a weapon property?
no. Honestly, I'd allow it because it's a fucking joke. If people are gonna take it too far, then it's fine. Take it out. But if it's there just for a joke, go ahead. It's fine because we're probably gonna run into like maybe some elves here and there, but it's not gonna be like it's not like we're gonna be fighting only elves. Like it's the same with the Reaper Scythe ability that Twilight Druids get, where it's only really good for healing when you're fighting undead, which is literally the entire design around Twilight Druids is them respecting the dead.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead.
Oh god, I need to buy myself a bag.
So I
Okay,
wrote that.
I should not do that.
On top of this, items made of Dwarven Metal automatically deal an extra damage dice against giants and elves, as the inherent blood feuds with these races are instilled into the very metal itself.
It's literally saying if you're racist, you get a buff.
Well, it's basically saying that dwarves are so stubborn at holding on to this grudge that they infuse the very metal that they craft themselves with extra damage against the races that they have a blood feud.
I love that. I love that.
Right. It's silly. I love it.
Yeah. There's a huge difference between you're going over the top on something and it's something that should be hated upon, and when it's done just right enough that it doesn't deserve any hate associated to it. It's honestly a good idea to do these different acts or different actions.
Right, and I did it with dwarves specifically because they are well known for their stubbornness and never letting things go.
Mm.
That's the other reason why, because they are the race known for stubbornness. Of any race in D&D, they are the stubborn race. So it honestly fits lore-wise for them too, just to never let shit go.
It's like it's like a moment where you call them like you, because the fun thing, I love how a lot of DMs or a lot of D&D campaigns, when you're playing as a dwarf or when you encounter a dwarf, if you say just one wrong thing to them, they take it personally and they just start insulting you.
Right.
It's really funny and I love it. I love that's the one bit of lore people always keep to dwarves is they are not just stubborn. It's literally they are so childish that you could say like such a small little like rude thing to them and they will take that so personally that they will hunt you down and personally diss you until you like start crying.
Right.
I love them.
I love it too. Because it makes it unique.
Mm. It makes everything unique. Like even dwarven traders. Like if a dwarven trader hates you, it's not because that they're an asshole trader. No, it's because you're a member of a race that they fucking hate, probably.
Right.
It's not just because of that other reason. That oh no, it's because no, it's literally just because you're a oh god, oh, people already here fighting these small crag balls. It's that's like the only main reason why I love dwarves. Like I don't like playing as a dwarf because I just feel like an asshole when I'm playing as one. As bad as it sounds, that is just me. I don't enjoy playing as a dwarven character because of that specific law.
Right.
I don't mind like using a dwarven character here and there in like my own campaigns. Honestly, I do enjoy using them in normal campaigns. But it's when I roleplay as them, it's the fact that I have to constantly keep up the act of I'm an asshole.
Right. Also I'm gonna add in another quirky little flavor thing that the Dwarven Metal does while you have it on your person.
I'm curious what it is now.
While you have Dwarven Metal on your person, your beard hair grows 10 times as fast.
If you're a dwarf, you specifically have to be a dwarf to get that buff.
No, anyone, because it'll slowly start turning you into a dwarf over time. not like literally, but it'll start making you look like a dwarf the longer you have it. Because
Jaded doesn't grow a beard. It's just he ends like after he takes the armor off, he just gets extra fluffy when he takes the armor off.
Right.
I can just imagine how silly that must be. It's like, God damn it, I'm gonna regret wearing this armor. It's even funnier that Dragonborns, I think Dragonborns physically can't grow beards because they literally don't have any hair on them. They made a full-on scale. Pretty sure they'd be fine. Unless the armor's like, no, screw you, you have a beard now. Like, why?
I'm going to add in the property that if you're physically incapable of growing a beard, it gives you the capability to grow a beard. Just so you grow a beard.
Oh god, I can imagine how silly that must be. Oh wow, I'm already level 8. I only just started on this character.
But now just imagine a dragonborn, but with like a big bushy dwarven beard.
It's just like... I'm trying to imagine that, but also unimagine that because I'm just gonna be laughing all day about that now.
Fun.
I'm just imagining this very buff looking man just walking up to you. It's like this like massive, really buff dragonborn walks towards you, and like you can't do anything about it. This guy is probably gonna kick your ass. Surprise, surprise. Nah, he's a softie. He wouldn't even hurt a fly.
Right. I would put a laughing face in the description of this thing because of what I just wrote. You want to hear what I just wrote?
What?
Any hair you grow on your body grows at any hair you grow on your body, it grows at an accelerated rate, 2 times faster than normal. Except the beard hair, which grows 10 times faster than normal. If you are physically incapable of growing a beard, the metal makes you physically capable of growing a beard, as Moradin blesses you with the quote-unquote beauty of a dwarven beard. And honestly, that's really on point when you look at the Axe of the Dwarvish Lord, because its curse is that while you're attuned to it, when you wake up from a long rest, you grow a full beard. Just immediately. And if you shave it off and then take another long rest, it will just grow back the next morning. And granted, that's an artifact, but this is a more mundane version of that. Oh god, it's silly and I love it. We now have a new material in the campaign. Dwarven Metal. Cool. Thanks for your help, Jaden.
Yeah. I think my armor glitched.
Oh.
Oh my game. Is it? Oh, my armor duplicated. How did I duplicate my armor?
Uh-oh. That sounds like a cheat.
It's fine. I just destroyed it after. Just playing Project Ascension casually duplicates my armor. I have no idea how I did it. Let me just destroy that so I don't get registered as someone who cheated.
Does that register you as someone who cheated?
Possibly. Well, that's if someone knows that. That's if someone has seen me do it. But Project Ascension. This is like probably the newest update because this is where they've now recently added Death Knight, the Death Knight ability Dominate Undead, which is a ability they made their Death Knights able to do, which is where you can literally just. It's essentially the same as the Hunter's Tame Beast ability, where you can essentially quote unquote tame an undead creature and it can like follow you around and do whatever you want.
Cool. Wasn't there one, if I remember correctly, there was one really overpowered ability that Death Knight used to have back in WoW, but they removed it pretty quickly. What was it? Was, I believe it was the one where like when you die you come back as a ghoul for a while.
Oh no, I don't believe they removed that. They just nerfed it to all hell.
Ah, okay. So they basically removed it, but didn't actually.
Yeah, because that was like one of the main gimmicks of Death Knight is you are because there's like two ways you can play Death Knight. There's the Blood Death Knight, which essentially focuses entirely on bleed. It's a very high damage dealing like fighter, and then I believe the other one is the Frost Death Knight, which focuses more on being tanky. And Unholy is mostly you just swarming the enemy with like undead and things.
Right.
There's like multiple different forms of Death Knight. And that's like one of the main gimmicks of Death Knight is you essentially are swarm.
Yeah. I don't know
You
that much
essentially
about World of
are a
Warcraft.
swarm. The swarm one is kind of stupid. It's really really busted because the way your undeads are scaled, I believe they're scaled off your intelligence. So what a lot of like unholy Death Knights do is that they just get as much intelligence boosting gear as they can that they are able to wear, and they just essentially send their army of undead onto an enemy, and the enemy just gets fucking obliterated.
Cool.
Yeah. Of course, it's super easy to counter because the undead's HP scales off of I think the like your passives and abilities doesn't scale off your stats, but their damage does, which is kind of funny to me. But kind of also makes sense because if you could have them scale off of your stats, then you would literally be running around with undead at like 10 or 20k HP, and you are here running around with like 50k.
Does the Hunter one scale up of your stats?
Yes. The hunter one scales off your stats because you only have a single pet.
Ah, okay. Whereas for the Death Knight, you can have more than one?
Yeah. Yeah, you essentially can, I believe you can have up to 8 undead running around you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And the one thing that's really cool about the hunter is there are three, I believe there's 3 different kinds of pets. I don't know if I'm correct, so I'm just taking a wild guess here. I haven't played WoW in a while. So there are 3 different pets. You have a defensive pet, an attack pet, and a support pet. The defensive pet is basically a more tanky version of your pet. A lot of hunters take a defensive pet to help with off tanking for tanks, because that pet alone can also tank damage just as much as the tank characters can. The attacking pet is, of course, take a wild guess, a high damage and other things.
Right.
And I think support focuses. It doesn't. I don't think it entirely focuses on heals. I think it focuses on just buffing the like party. So like, like
Yep.
if someone who doesn't have a lot of attack, now that this pet is out, they have like a massive attack boost or whatever.
That makes sense. Also, I'm gonna buff the Afridi chain now that I think about it.
I don't know if there's anyone in chat who actually can like rectify that of me, because the only like information I have of WoW is back on Burning Crusade, and that's the only info I have of WoW.
Oh, yeah, things have changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, I'm going to make a 3D chain made out of ignium, which is going to buff its abilities because then it gains all the abilities, which is very powerful natural material. But it also originates from the plane of fire, so it makes sense that a 3D would use it to make.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just very focused on my thing here.
Yeah. Also, currently, I'm pretty sure no one viewing the stream currently, so we're just kind of here alone right now. It's unfortunate no one decided to come by, but that's fine. It's just a hangout stream. So this is more just what I'd be doing if I wasn't. I just decided to do it on stream.
Oh god, Oh god, I think I actually might get Blue to try and play this now, because they actually make they made everything so much better now. Because Let me look here. It's like... So the thing that they did now with this, they made a big change. It actually makes it so much better. Is matter what your playstyle is, like let's say you're a high shadow damage dealer, you can drag over like your shadow damage abilities, and it will give you like talents that would work well around that shadow damage that you can just focus on, and helps you build up towards that kind of build you want.
Cool.
Which, oh, I love that. Because that actually makes like a lot of newer players don't get overwhelmed by all the things that they can do.
Right. Gives you more of an idea of what you should be focusing on for efficiency.
Yeah. Just do that.
Yeah, in games like those, I've always been more of a tank and support kind of person rather than a frontline fighter.
You want a fun support build I've seen people run? It's literally called the lazy support, and all you need is your treant ability where you can summon a bunch of treants, and there is an RE which basically in Project Ascension REs are random enchantments or mystic enchantments if you want to go for their more official name.
Okay.
And what this RE does is your treant, instead of dealing damage, can just heal your allies.
Oh, cool. So I can just summon a bunch of treants that all heal my allies.
Yeah, it's really fun. There's so many fun builds that I love about this game. Like, hell, you want to play a DPS healer? That's possible. Just go for holy heals, and the more damage you deal, the more bigger your heals get. There's even the really fun tank builds that people also have been like trying to work out. Like, I think one of them, there are some people who are trying to build up bleed tank, which I would not recommend it. It is really hard to build up because you have to grab Vampiric Touch and a specific RE where when you're bleeding a target, you get healed for the amount that the enemy is bleeding for. If you get like big bleeds off, then yeah, it's really good, but wouldn't recommend it because you need a lot of defense for it.
Right.
Yeah.
That sounds like a DPS thing.
Yeah, it's more deep. Not really. They are like really good bleed builds for DPS. Though the issue of it is that it's entirely proc and crit chance based. Mostly crit chance based. Which, if you go for a crit build, which means you have to run with a lot of agility and have a lot of rogue abilities that help with crit chance, then no. And I have seen people who built like insane bleed builds, and I mean insane bleed builds.
What's the appeal of bleed again?
The appeal to bleed is it's essentially think of it as a dot that just does does penetration damage that just ignores armor constantly.
Oh, okay. So it's DPS, basically.
It's a very good DPS thing, and one of the most busted things is one of the warrior abilities is when when a target is bleeding, you straight up just get a damage boost for it. I mean, look what the ability's called, what the passive's called. I believe it's in arms. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Blood Frenzy increases your melee attack speed by 2%. In addition, your Rend Deep Wounds ability also increases all physical damage caused to that target by 2%. Here's the fun thing. Bleed is physical damage. So you're essentially just boosting up the amount of bleed you're doing to a target.
Ah, yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Sorry if I don't seem super invested. I'm also looking at.
No, yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay, cool.
The other thing that's very interesting about. Oh god, I'm doing a fetch quest, but I have to fight through a bunch of trolls. Okay, that's fine. I like that.
Trying to make sure I don't skip over an item because I almost just did that, and I'm like, uh-oh. I don't want an item to be excluded from this table. By the way, do you know what the hell I'm doing currently, or do you want me to
No, it's fine.
No, you don't know, or no, you don't want to hear?
I don't want to hear right now. I want to really focus on this one thing because it's actually a bit of a world dungeon thing I'm doing.
Okay.
And there's like no one here to also like deal with this. Yes, I'll take that strength short sword. That would be very, very helpful. At least less attack power though. A little bit, but my main stat is strength for now. Oh god, if only I had a. Oh god, no, I'm gonna die here. This is gonna be fun. Okay, I might actually drop the side quest.
What was before that I didn't? Oh, right, that's what it was. Okay, now I've got it. So for items that don't really fit in the setting of Kishwaka, I'm making them artifact quality. Like, for example, mundane items like an antimatter rifle. I'm not completely removing them from the table. What I'm doing is I'm making them artifact quality, so it's extremely hard for them to go up because no one in the current setting has the capability to make it, so how the hell is it here? Basically. That's why I'm putting on the artifact table, because most artifacts are under the umbrella of how the hell are they here? You know what I mean?
Yeah. All of a sudden, our fucking our artificer all of a sudden makes a fucking anti-material rifle.
Right. I will point out, by the way, it's not an anti-material rifle, it's an antimatter rifle. Like literally antimatter.
Oh.
That,
Oh
that
yeah, antimatter is something else. Yeah, I forgot. Antimatter is something else in D&D.
yeah. I don't think there's rules normally for an anti-material rifle in D&D, but yeah, I know there is for antimatter. I know it used to call it anti-material rifle, but I was mistaken and corrected that it's actually antimatter.
Yeah, the thing is because if I believe that the short term in like modernized time, like a short term for the anti-material rifle is the antimatter rifle or the anti-rifle.
Oh, see, I thought it was
Because
literally.
antimatter, because I don't think antimatter exists in real life, but if it does, then I don't know.
It does. It is a real life thing,
Uh,
yes.
I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, antimatter is the opposite of matter, and when it meets matter, it collides and explodes with 100% efficiency. Meaning it literally, you know the whole E equals MC squared thing?
Oh, it does that? It just deletes itself.
It deletes itself and any matter it touches and turns it entirely into energy. Just basically, it's a 100% efficient explosion. So
Huh, I see.
it does the E equals MC squared thing, where energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, and it basically produces that much energy. It's directly proportional to the amount of antimatter you have, and an equal amount of matter that it collides with. Which is the reason
I
why we don't
remember.
really see many real life examples of it, because of the fact that obviously most of it will have obliterated itself by now. But we are able to create some of it stably in a lab. But we do know it's a real thing. It's just hard to make and tends to obliterate itself pretty quickly. Because obviously almost everything in our world is made of matter. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So yeah, but
Again,
no.
sorry, I'm very focused here.
Okay, that's fine. But yeah, no, antimatter is definitely a real thing, which is cool.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll let you focus on your thing.
that's good. Yeah, I don't mind talking. It's just that sometimes I will be really focused on what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm the same way.
That's all.
I don't mind talking, but sometimes I'll just be really focused on what I'm doing. So, That's what this is. Just
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad that they actually did this, like, everything levels up with you thing. Of course, it only stopped until level 20, which is perfectly fine because that's about where you could settle on what kind of build you want to go with.
right.
Mm. Okay, now to let's see here. Do I have
But artifacts are fun because they have a tendency to just randomly show up when they're needed. So I don't even really need to explain where they come from. Just, oh hey, they're just here now. Why? Because they wanted to. Because that's what artifacts do.
Okay, I'm probably gonna leave this quest because might be a good idea to keep fighting in here. I'm also already level 11.
So now I'm involved in technically 4 different team campaigns.
Yeah, well, one of them is not you're not fully involved. I think the only one you're probably gonna be fully working on yourself is I think the one where you're focused on working with group 2. Which is only with 2 players, which it's not as stressful.
Right, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I find it kind of fun.
Yeah. It is really funny.
Yeah. Because currently I'm
And
having.
I honestly completely forgot about group 2. I'm like, oh yeah, wait, yeah, you guys are actually really important. Why did I forget about you?
I don't know. Also, why would I not be working with Group 1?
No, you are working with Group 1. You're mostly there for me because I want to focus more on Group 1 as they're more very law important to the campaign. And Group 2 is there for side plot purposes for certain things, like let's say like certain things that Group 1 did that the Group 2 has to basically deal with. And there's like extra law that gets added onto that and other things. Okay, yes. I get a
So currently the campaigns I'm working on are your campaign, uh,
yeah.
the Oncoming Storm main timeline, and the Oncoming Storm alternate timeline, which I consider 2 separate things because they're 2 different timelines and I need to work on them differently. And then the fourth one I'm a part of is actually as a player, and it's Ogma von Sex current campaign, which I did my first session of last Tuesday, which is the reason why I was so beat on Wednesday and didn't stream. Well, because I had like the entire stream Tuesday, and then like an hour to myself, and then didn't. Sorry, then I had like 2 hours to myself, and then I had to do another 5 hour long stream, which missed dinner. I like to add. I ate dinner during it, basically. So yeah, I was doing very long streams, and in both of those streams, I had to concentrate a lot because the first one was Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and the second one was D&D as a player. You want to know?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Uh, just focusing again.
Okay.
That's actually the way to shift it.
The clip that I posted in Twitch clips on my actual bug nest, by the way, is from that live stream, and it's specifically a really funny moment that had me laughing from that happened with my character. So I just posted. For those of you watching this on YouTube, you might be wondering, wait, why haven't I gotten to see it? Agma has asked me not to upload any footage of it to YouTube, of the actual campaign in general, because he says, and I quote, "I don't want to deal with the YouTube crap," which is fair enough. So I'm not going to be uploading it to my channel.
Yeah, YouTube has a tendency to deal with all that stuff.
Right. Besides, it's technically not even my footage because I didn't stream it. That was entirely Agma. I'm involved in it.
Okay, I need to get rid of this. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that quest. I'll rather skip the stolen journal, and I'm gonna move right on to the next area. Oh wait, I should also do something. Let's grab the vanity set on. Oh, I can't even grab those items. I don't even have the carry space. Well, now to run 1,300 yards. And don't even have my first mount upgrade. Also, if you are curious, I'm working on an Archmage build or a Battle Mage build, which basically means dealing with both fire and ice,
Cool.
which is gonna be fun. Oh yeah, wait, that's actually what I should learn. I should learn Frost Nova, because Frost Nova is an AoE spell.
Oh, for those of you at home who are wondering, the only items I'm putting into these actual loot tables are items that I actually have books for on Roll20, or items I actually have punched in the journal. So for things that are part of the campaign, but I do not necessarily have a book for it, they will not be in random loot tables. So for everyone wondering at home, why didn't I include this one item? That's why. Going off of what I actually have Roll20 books for. Actually goes in 3 spots: uncommon, rare, and very rare.
Ooh, that's a fun one. Let's see if there's anything associating.
Did you find something cool?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think it's called Battle Mage, because I have it. No, I don't have Battle Mage. Okay. So Battle Mage, orbiters have a chance to trigger either Arcane Barrage, Fire Blast, or Ice Lands. Okay, so I need to get. Oh yeah, it's a mixture with Arcane Fire and Ice. I forgot. That means I need to grab an Arcane spell. That's nice.
Are you liking the music in the background, by the way?
Yeah, the only thing I love about Skyrim is their music.
Yep. And ever since I found out I can put Elder Scrolls music in the background without being copyright claimed, I'm like, okay, well now I know what I'm doing as background ambience whenever I stream.
Mm.
Give it a thing.
Yeah, and now, and then there's like, oh, now what am I going to do for Cyberpunk?
Fair.
Because I don't think we could put in Cyberpunk 2077 music.
Honestly, I would just look up like non-copyright cyberpunk music on YouTube,
Yeah, I've done that. I have
yeah,
a few.
just to see what you find. Because sometimes you can just find a good playlist. Like, yeah, this works.
Yeah, I found a really nice playlist.
Well,
Okay, I'd rather just go straight into the place where I can buy a damn bag because honestly, I need a bag. I have like 4 empty containers. I don't have a bag.
all right. By the way, are you lurking in the stream right now?
Nah, not really. If you want me to, I can.
I'd like you to because it boosts my viewer numbers.
Okay, one sec.
Plus, that way you can see if anyone types in Twitch chat, even though no one's really there.
No, that makes sense, yeah.
Yep. Flail of Tiamat. This magic flail is made in the image of Tiamat, with 5 jagged heads shaped by different chromatic dragons. Gain a +3 bonus to attack and flail. When you hit with an attack while using it, target takes an extra 5d4 damage of your choice of one damage type. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. While holding the flail, you can use an action to speak a command word to cause the heads to breathe multicolored flames in a 90-foot cone. Each creature in that area must succeed on a DC 18 dexterity saving throw, and on a failed save, it takes 14d6 damage of one of the following types: either acid, cold, fire, lightning, or poison. A successful save takes half one. Once this feature is used, it cannot be used. Okay, that's pretty good.
I'm trying to work out how to mute the stream on my phone.
What if you just mute your phone?
Then I wouldn't be able to hear you.
Oh.
Because I don't chat on my laptop. I rarely do that. Only time I ever talk on my laptop is when I'm doing the D&D streams or when we're playing Hearthstone.
Okay. I don't know how to do that. I don't use phone for stuff, so
it's fine. It's tolerable. It's not too loud.
as long as it isn't causing echo, that's all I care about.
It shouldn't cause echo because I'm wearing my earphones, so it's fine. I'm the only one that hears the echo because we're both on Discord and things.
Yeah. Alright. So, I'm hungry. I'm gonna take a small pause, go get some lunch. That's okay.
That's fine. You can do that.
Yep. You manage the stream while I'm done. I'll have an out to lunch so people know what's up, but otherwise, if people talk, just let them know what's up. Hopefully I don't get a raid this time. Because last time when I went out, I got a raid during that, and I was like, oh, come on. I mean, to be fair, I don't mind the raid. It's like, can you raid me at a time when I'm actually here?
I was just gonna say, like, I'm probably not even going to realize the raid either because I'm just grinding on my gnome.
Crazy. Also, okay. Alright, I'll be right back.
Yeah. What should I grab here? I could grab. I think yeah, go for a thunderclap and thunderclap because that's a good warrior ability. I don't have that stuff yet. I need that later in Shaman. Next ability I should grab is probably Victory Rush. No, not Victory Rush. I figure out Frost Weapon on my next level so that when I lose Flame Tongue, I just have to go Frost Flame Tongue because that's basically what you do with Battle Mage. Is it possible to build around Shadow? Is it actually possible? Because I believe there's an undead that they said that actually can like buff your shadow damage or make your melee attacks deal shadow damage. So then you can actually make a shadow warrior with that. I think. I did not realize the entire stream can hear me speaking. Sorry about that, stream. I tend to talk to myself when I think. That's a bit embarrassing. Oh god, I regret not giving us I regret taking away my Sinister Strike. Because now my damage is way slower. Oh wow, that is very bad attack power. I might actually just cook so I can get this a little bit more from these things. Ah yes, where's the ball meat? Forgot I can make that. I am very close to. Yay! Now I have the zoomies. I forgot that's something I can do. It gives me. There we go. I'm now. Should I go for arcane? Well, arcane missiles channel, so I don't think I will take channel effect of it. Honestly, I might actually do that. Go for this. Just up my damage because I am also dual wielding. Actually, I was also thinking about the REs I should go for. Look. I think Inferno would be a good one to go for because. Okay, so Infernal. No, it's not Inferno. It's the other one. Is it Blaze? Your fire blast spreads immunity. Yeah, that's the one. Immunity effect on the target. It's yeah. And also during extended may spells against the target with this. And Doris skill, yeah, I played some different grab in that one where my blade some does damage with both weapons. Twisted Mind is definitely one thing I'm grabbing. Actually, no. I'm probably not grabbing Glorious Steel because I'm just proccing the ability of. But that proc Blade Storm twice, actually? I'll test that out. Definitely elemental weapon, so increased damage. Yeah, Battle Mage is one thing I'm grabbing because makes my Arcane Barrage, 5 Blast, and Ice Dance. Yeah, that would be fun setup. Then I can grab the other effects. Fireball. Maybe not that. Ooh, Fired Up would be fun. That'd be an interesting one. So it's probably I'm probably gonna go. Yeah, so I get Blaze. Okay, look, the passage I should grab on the main thing. The specific one I want is. Yeah, it's Ignite for the Fire Blast. And I think Frost has another one. Yeah, Piercing Ice, which increases damage on frost spells. Yes, yes. Does Arcane have one? Then Arcane Barrage, which is definitely something I have to grab for the work. Let me see what RE is available for Arcane. Wait, there's a Fire and Ice spell. Forgot, there's a Fire and Ice spell. Frost. Can't use it. I can't learn that. That hurts. Okay. Oh, could. Okay, back to this. Yeah, I try to say that I'm stuck using a like charge. Big brain, big muscle. Fire Barrage. Fire Barrage might be a fun one to run with. That's maybe. But that's fine. That's what I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna focus more on the battle mage stuff. So I'm probably gonna have a lot of fire and ice based REs. We have oh thank God you do. You have finally some bags I can use. Finally. Oh, I can't. I can't do this. First. Okay, what? I am not doing battlegrounds because that's PvP, and I do not enjoy PvP in MMORPGs. Yeah, probably gonna. Yeah, it's barely gonna give me. Yeah, he's not gonna give me too much. Oh wait, no, they change. I forgot they just changed it that everything scales off of your level, so even quests give you a lot of XP. Oh yeah, scroll friendship. Completely forgot about that. I need to actually grab gear. Yeah, let's go to the tavern here. Okay. So I'm practicing the yes, practice DPS there. Yeah. Hello.
My TV turned
You're
off,
gonna,
so
you're
if you're
gonna...
talking, I can't hear you.
Oh.
Ah! Stream's about to get loud. Give me a second. Okay, now I can hear you, Jaden.
What was I gonna say? I forgot what I was gonna say for like an
You were saying something. I could see your thing lighting up. I just couldn't hear what you were saying.
No, yeah. I don't know if you're gonna look back on the stream, but you're probably gonna hear me talking to myself while you were gone.
I'm gonna watch
It's
the
just
stream.
me, just hearing me talking to myself about like my build and what I'm doing with my build and things.
Right. I'm gonna watch the stream at some point. Um,
Oh
not now,
god.
but at some fix this. Uh. Oh. Guys. Alright. I have a cheese and taco sauce quesadilla. Made it myself. So how has the gaming been going while I've been gone?
I'm good.
Glad to hear it's going good.
Yeah, holy shit, there are so many players. There's so many players in Stormwind.
Since there would be.
The worst part is they have so many effect fucking mounts that it actually was lagging my game. I had to actually lower the graphics.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. Oh, good, no.
No, I love this part of the song.
Oh god, I dropped to like 20 frames when I'm in the main area, and I drop these graphics. Oh, one of my. Are those on my friends? Oh, is that? Oh no, green means mental. Never mind. There should be a quest.
Loot. If you watch the stream back later, you'll see that I was talking to myself quite a bit. So, talking to yourself is not really that big of a thing. Oh, a flying chariot. I forgot this is actually a magic item.
I have a problem about talking to myself.
Why do you consider it a problem?
No, I don't have a problem with it. It's just that I always laugh at myself whenever I hear myself talking to
Ah,
myself.
okay.
That's all. Okay, back to upping somewhat close to Ultra. Now that I'm not in Shatterat, now that I'm not in Stormwind, getting like murdered by effects of people's
Yeah.
spells.
Getting murdered by frame rate.
Yeah. With like people having mounts that just emanate fire and ice everywhere because for some reason a lot of the Alliance players love to be show-offs, and then you go to the Horde settlement and then people are like, yeah, no, they're casual, they're mostly staying out around re-rolling on their like things.
Right. Well, is armor resistant? What is your rank? Rare. Okay.
Doesn't armor? Yeah, I was about to say because armor resistance focuses on what's that coming up? Oh god. Oh god, that was a weird lag spike. Okay. Oh yeah. And I forgot again.
Armor resistance.
Yeah, armor resistance. I remember, because armor resistance, I'm pretty sure is it gives you resistance to a specific form of damage, doesn't it?
Yes.
Hmm.
It's a rare
Kind of
magic
makes
item.
why. It's kind of why it makes sense. It's rare.
Yeah.
Go with honor, friend. Screw the alliance.
That's funny. I read breastplate of force resistance, but since I was thinking Skyrim, I at first thought it said breastplate of frost resistance.
Uh,
But no, it's force resistance. It would be cold if it was frost resistance. Here, but I was thinking because I'm hearing
yeah.
Skyrim music, so I was just thinking Skyrim.
Ooh, wait. Is there a way to increase the cooldown? Ooh, I might enjoy this build actually. I might really enjoy this build then.
What what tribe are you playing as? Are you playing as a gnome? Is that Alliance or is that Horde?
Alliance. Because the reason why I'm playing as gnomes specifically is because gnomes have the easiest, have the better, better stat-wise to make a battle mage build compared to other classes.
Okay.
I mean, other races.
Um, now I'm just imagining Millhouse Manastorm.
Yeah, you can imagine that. Just imagine Millhouse Manastorm in like really like in really armored like gear, just throwing out fire and ice from a sword. That's basically what you can do as Battle Mage. It's really fun.
That's hilarious. Millhouse Manastorm is such a silly joke in almost anything that he's in. The only mode that he's actually quote unquote good in is mercenaries and battlegrounds, and that's about it.
Yeah,
Everywhere else, he's very gimmicky and silly. The one I know what he is in actual card form
mage.
in Hearthstone. I mean, I know, yes, he's a mage card, but do you want to know what he does as an actual card?
What does he do?
He's a 1 mana 4/4, which sounds amazing, except for the fact that he makes all of your opponent's spells cost 0.
That is very helpful.
Like, oh hey, it's a 1 mana 4/4. But your opponent's spells are free.
Is that a battle cry or?
No, no, that's just a continuous effect while he's on the field.
So, so it's essentially the question of: is it a good idea to keep Millhouse alive just because I have free spells, or because you could essentially just go with yeah, I'm just gonna keep buffing Millhouse to the point where he has like essentially like 12/12 and just be like, yeah, you have a choice now. You can either keep him alive or he can slowly kill you.
Right, exactly. And then there is also the thing of there is various ways to give Millhouse Manastorm to the opponent. So what you can do is play Millhouse Manastorm, give him to the opponent, and now all of your spells are free. So if you build a deck around that, you can just build a deck that like does that, and then rips through its entire deck in one turn, just casting free spell after free spell to kill the opponent. It's
Yeah,
silly,
it's stupid.
but it's hilarious.
Yeah.
I also like what his quote is when he summons. Do you want to know what it is?
I'm the mighty Millhouse Mana Storm.
Quote, close. It's prepare to face the mighty Millhouse Minastorm.
I know, because I have him in Mercenaries. He says the same quote line.
Uh-huh.
Hello. I need to still finish one of my dailies.
I remember in
Because
one...
one of my day,
Go ahead.
sorry, one of my dailies I have to do is I have to deal 200. Where the fuck is he? Where the fuck is he? I see. There's a silver. There's a silver here. Where is he? Where is he? Sorry, I need to actually go full focus right now because as soon as you hear the meow, I heard the meow. I don't care if I'm gonna die. I want that silver. Wait, did these players kill the silver without realizing? I think they actually killed the silver.
That's sad.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the players killed the silver. It's
So
really
what...
fucking hilarious that they just like stand there and they see me get smacked around by like wargs.
What does it do
It's
anyway?
like, what the fuck is this gnome doing?
What does it do anyway?
What? Okay, so in WoW, there are these rare bosses you can come across called silver rimmed bosses or silver dragon bosses, which they are guaranteed to drop very rare gear, and if you run into one, it's essentially a race to see who can like get a hit off it first before it dies.
Ah, okay.
Oh, I completed the quest. I've been realizing. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Okay, maybe look around. Because I think they actually might have killed him without realizing, because... Unless he's still alive. It's usually the enemy is named.
Yeah. So, I have a lore question.
For?
Who is Kalthazar?
Oh! One sec, I have to remember. I remember Kalthazard. One sec. I have to look that up. I know who Kalthazard is. I haven't heard him and haven't. Ah, he was a former archmage who was turned into a lich by Arthas, or an archlet by. He's also known as the archlet, the archlich,
Ah, okay.
and he is one of the only friends Arthas ever had in his life.
I remember you telling me about that point, but I just didn't know his actual backstory before that.
Funny enough, Arthas killed him before he became before Arthas died. Arthas killed him, and then proceeded to come back, resurrect him, turn him into into an archlich.
That's silly. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though that's their lore. They're it's essentially a fucking bromance. That's their relationship. It's a bromance. I
Right.
love their relationship.
Because I know one of the Hearthstone campaigns is based on Khalsad, and he's a pretty big figure in Hearthstone, so I was just wondering what his actual WoW lore was.
Yeah. He has very interesting lore because he's one of the few villains who actually you kind of feel bad for. You don't like hate him or feel bad for killing him because you do kill him in I think in one of his raids. But the sad thing about him is the fact that he's essentially there to try and help Arthas the best he can. He's physically incapable of like doing a lot of things, but the only thing he can really do is help.
Then, on that subject, question: who is Hagatha then in WoW lore?
That I don't know. Let me look that up.
She is involved with the Witchwood. I know that. That helps you know.
I guess.
I don't know if she's a Hearthstone original character, if she's a WoW character, but I was just.
She's an. No, she's from WoW, World of Warcraft. Hagatha.
Okay.
Hagatha the Witch. An orc shaman. The article contains information and lore. Oh no, she's exclusive to Hearthstone. No, never mind. She's not a WoW character. She's
Okay.
exclusive to Hearthstone.
Interesting, because I know Hearthstone has a few characters that are exclusive to it. I just didn't know if she was one of them. She's one of my favorite Hearthstone characters.
I don't know her lore, sadly.
Well, if you want to look at her lore, go ahead. Otherwise, it's not that much.
I don't worry too much about WoW lore, in my opinion. Like any lore associated to WoW, it's not really something I enjoy. Because it's so overly complicated that it's annoying.
I like complicated lore. That's why I like Warhammer 40k lore and Kingdom Hearts.
Here's the thing about Warhammer and like Kingdom Hearts. They're complicated for a reason. They're designed to be complicated. WoW, not that much.
Right. It's complicated due to retcons. The problem with WoW. It has a really bad habit of doing tons of retcon.
Yeah, which is what ruins the lore and ends up making it incredibly complicated. Because what's it? League of Legends does the same thing as well. A lot of the lore that they write up for stories is just retcon because it's lore that doesn't exist.
Right,
It's
which
not
is
anywhere
just silly.
close to the actual lore, so they retcon all that stuff.
Because it's like, it's very silly because of the fact that, well, people got into this character because they liked the lore behind it. But if you completely change the lore, then why should they care about the character anymore?
Yeah, I agree to that statement, yeah.
Right, just like the recent stuff from the World of Warcraft Shadowbringers that I heard about, and yeah, that's pretty horrible stuff that they retconned.
What did they retcon in there? I think they retconned a lot of things.
Yes, they did. One of the things is they retcons the actual reason for why Arthas became a Lich King. And where he got his powers from.
Oh my god, I hate. Okay, it's now you see. It's when Blizzard does something like that, or any game company does something like that, I would physically walk up to them and slap them across the face because now you literally have just ruined the entire lore behind how Arthas gained his powers. Because Arthas literally gained his powers because of Frostmourne.
Right.
And the fact you just remove that important bit of lore, you're basically just saying, yeah, we don't care. The law is law.
Right. And I mean, yeah, they had because okay, I don't know if they necessarily removed that got from Frostborn, but they basically said, oh hey, here's how Frostborn actually got its power. Sort of stuff.
Okay, that's different. If they're talking about how Frostmourne got its power, that's fine because we actually never knew how Frostmourne was created or how Frostmourne gained all this power to be able to turn someone into a
Okay. I'm not gonna spoil too
yeah.
much of the lore, but I'm going to point out one detail that's incredibly stupid.
What?
There is a race. There is now a race in Warcraft lore that has the power to 3D print primordials. I'm
Yeah,
not kidding by that, by the way. It's literally
yeah, I know.
3D printing them.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
They create primordials. I know what race you're talking about. I don't know their name. I can't remember it, but I know that is actual race.
the Shadowbringers talked a lot about that.
It's interesting, but also cool. Literally, your character can literally step and kick the shit over a primordial. Like
Right.
it is literally in the lore. Your character has killed a couple primordials. Like cool. You can
Yeah.
3D print what I've killed.
And then they pulled the whole card of, oh hey, the main bad guy from this campaign, yeah, he's been behind. He's like been behind every major event in Azeroth for like X amount of years because he's been leading everything up to this moment and blah blah blah, and he just fails anyway. So it's like, okay, well, you basically just undermined a lot of the things that happened previously, including the Arthas stuff, because evidently he's partially at fault for all that. He orchestrated events to make that happen.
Yep.
Yeah, and they just introduce this character and they don't explain much of anything. They just say, oh, he does this. They say instead of show.
Welcome to we don't know how to write up lore for our characters. That's super embarrassing. Where's the header?
Right.
There you go. I forgot I had this feather that made me discover all the flight paths. So I don't have to deal with having to look for a flight path wherever I wanted to go. I could just go there if I wanted to when I need to.
Yeah. I had an interesting question. Not
Mm-hmm.
today, but a different day. And it was, should there literally, what if you made a magic item that was literally a loot box for magic items?
Oh god.
Where
I think
it,
I've seen someone make that before. It's fine. Here's the thing. I don't mind loot boxes in games. It's the fact that if you make those boxes pay to win.
right. Whereas in D&D, it would be like, instead of finding, let's say, a magic item, you find a loot box that has D4 of magic items of that rarity, you know? Or you craft a loot.
Yeah.
The weirdest part is like, okay, what happens when you try to craft a loot box? What the fuck happens then? Because do you craft one and then just get D4 random items of that tier that you didn't actually craft?
Hmm.
It's weird.
That's also making me curious now.
Right. Because if that was an item, then that would basically be kind of a way to craft random items, quote unquote, without actually crafting random items.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no idea if I should implement something like that into the campaign, though I'm half tempted.
Up to you.
Would you as a
That's-
player like having them in the campaign?
I wouldn't mind having them. It does make things a bit more interesting.
Right, and it can be explained mechanically and lore-wise as, oh, it's tapping into wild magic,
Yeah, that can work, yeah.
where it's just pulling random items from across space and time.
No.
Yeah, honestly, I think I might add that in.
Go ahead, man. I'm not stopping you.
And there would be loot boxes of various rarities. Because there'd be one for each rarity.
Hmm.
So there'd be common, uncommon, rare, very rare, legendary, and an artifact loot box.
Oh god, the artifact one, that's gonna worry me.
Right.
Like, oh, this is a very rare loot. This is a very rare loot box. This is an artifact. Like, wait, what? Yeah, no reason.
That's the random thought I had. What if a loot box ended up accidentally making another loot box? That'd be
Fucking
hilarious. I'd allow
hilarious.
it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I said the same thing. That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah. So, how I'm thinking it would work is that when you open a loot box of a certain rarity, you're guaranteed to get one item that rarity, and then the others are entirely randomly.
I don't mind that. I like that idea.
Yeah. So if it's an artifact loot box, you're guaranteed to get one artifact in addition to X other items. Like, for example, say like D20 would be like either other common, uncommon. Like how rarities usually work with pack opening things.
Yeah.
Where in Yu-Gi-Oh, you're guaranteed one UR every. Well, you have a high chance to get one UR in 10 packs, and then if you don't get that, then you're guaranteed to get one UR in the next 10 packs. So it's basically guaranteed to get a UR in 20 packs.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, I could totally do that. Actually, I could just straight up look up gotcha mechanics and add those in for a loot box. We could have it be D100 roll.
oh god. More armor, maybe. Maybe more armor. But nah, I need to. I did not get lucky on my loot rolls. I don't even have other good items that buff my stats. I have poo-poo stats. Hey, as soon as I say that, I get something I can't even wear.
Ah, great. Wonderful.
Yes. Very wonderful. I am very happy.
You can just hear the amount of happy in my voice. I will say, by the way, crafting a loot box of certain rarity would basically, you cannot pull items of a higher rarity than the actual level of the loot box itself. So you can't craft a common loot box and potentially eventually pull an artifact. That's just not a thing. you'd only be able to pull up the common magic items. Up to very rare items from a very rare box, etc. It doesn't change the odds of pulling an item, it just locks out certain items.
I like that idea, yeah.
Because otherwise, then it leads to the whole question of, oh, why don't I just mass produce common loot boxes to hope to eventually get an artifact? Oh, no. No, that's not a gimmick, I'm allowed.
That's gonna break.
That is dumb.
That's gonna just break everything.
Yeah, it'd break everything and be dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, I know exactly how I'm going to introduce these to the campaign.
We run into like this gnome who's like a hoarder of these boxes. It's like, if I collect enough of these boxes, and just starts speaking and spouting insane shit.
That's hilarious, but not the thought that I had. So I like to think that at some point Jaden does something like really interesting or something that impresses Silvestro. He's like, I'm feeling lazy right now, and he just tosses you a rare loot box, and you're like, what's this?
It's like, oh, I don't know, open it. And it just opens it, and then like a bunch of it's like a it's a very rare loot box. We open it, and then it's just like, yeah, we have like a flame tongue short sword, of a
Airship.
fucking airship. That would be fucking hilarious. That we just open it and a fucking airship appears.
It's like you open it up, there's a flame-tongued short sword, there's an armor, there's scale mail of acid resistance, there's an entire airship, and there's like 3 dozen keys. For some reason. You don't know what the keys go to, they're just keys.
And Sylvester's also like, oh, I don't know, it looked interesting.
Right. I also like one of the items.
Sylvester...
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, sorry, what were you gonna say?
I like that one of the items on my mundane list is just a sandwich. You can just randomly get a sandwich.
I like that.
Yeah. Another one of the mundane ones is a smaller chest. So it's like you open up the loot box, and because the implication is that when you open up the chest, inside it's just a smaller chest. But with the loot box is hilarious because, like, oh hey, the loot box opened up a chest, and with the chest, you just roll to see what you get.
Yeah.
And then there's locked box. There's also assassin, but you can just randomly get poisons like purple worm poison out of it.
Well, that would be terrifying.
Right. An airship, an abacus, a few dozen poisons, a shoe, a bedroll. Just fucking random shit coming out. Several dozen copper pieces.
Oh god. Okay, at least I got stuff for that.
And yeah,
This
there's
is
so
a
many.
lot harder. This is a lot harder because I don't have the gear for this.
Right.
Yeah. I have boots that don't give me any. I have boots that don't even give me armor.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah. You can tell how unlucky I've been with the loot drops. I mean, I've gotten there's like, there's this cape I'm gonna get that's gonna give me some armor and stamina, which means more health. I guess that's good.
Right. That's at least something.
Yeah.
And there is the
I'll probably go. Sorry.
What was that?
No, I was gonna say I can at least the one thing I can do is I can just hop onto my troll character and go and do a level 15 dungeon, and send all that loot over to my gnome.
Right, which wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
By the way, if you randomly roll an artifact item, you might not get an artifact. It's like you get an artifact item, or you could get 64 D100 copper pieces. You heard that correctly. 64 D100 copper pieces is one of the results on the artifact item table. You can get showered with thousands of copper pieces.
Oh god.
It's like you thought you were going to get an item, but no, it was me, the copper god. It just fucking showers you, and you get buried under a pile of thousands of gold copper pieces.
No, I can just imagine the insanity of that.
Right. And now I'm just imagining you just doing the moment where you have a bag of holding full of copper, and you go to a store to buy an item, and he goes, "Okay, that'll be 3 gold pieces." You just dump the entire bag in there and then start counting out your copper to equal that many gold. Just be that guy.
It's like, sorry, I need to count this out. 1, 2, 3. He starts. Someone starts like. There's like that one guy who like purposely tries to mess him up, so then he has to start all over again.
Right. Oh, I lost track. Let me start again. 1. Oh, that's so silly. But this is why I want random loot boxes, because situations like this can happen.
That's gonna be fucking hilarious.
Yes.
You know what's gonna be funny? If it gets to a point where like the party's like we go into a dungeon and we get like 500 gold out of it, I'll just be like Jaden just looking at the other guys who have like 10, like essentially 10,000 gold, get like 10,000 gold each day because of their income and stuff. You're gonna be like, yeah, no, I'm taking all the money because you guys get fucking paid and I don't.
Right.
Not because he's being an asshole, like he literally has like no money to his name because they do. They literally do because of the income they get.
Yeah.
You'll probably like split the money with like Swordtooth. Most definitely.
Right, because, well, especially if you're paying Sartu to be a butler. I don't know if you are or not.
Yeah. Definitely am.
Hello,
I have
Blue.
to actually think about that.
Welcome to the
Hello, Blue.
Welcome to the sea of loot tables. How are you doing? Blue did not enter the voice chat. He entered. He just woke up. Well, welcome to the land of the waking. We're talking about hilarious things like loot boxes and burying people in thousands of copper coins.
Yes.
And he's talking about Project Ascension.
Yeah, they made a change to where they actually make it doesn't overwhelm you with skills because matter like what main stat you pick from between like strength, agility, intellect, and spirit, they will actually suggest talents to you that will work well with how you want to play. Like matter what skill you picked and what skill you set down. It actually recommends talents for you to use, which is so much better because it doesn't overwhelm you.
Yeah, which is pretty awesome. Also, I agree. Karsuga would love all the coins. Karsuk, if you don't know, one of Karsuka's desires is to have a hoard that he can just sleep on. He doesn't sleep on a bed. He sleeps on a pile of coins.
Of course, our dragon is like that.
Yep.
I hit level 15. What?
It's like you end up with several hundred Electrum pieces, and you're like, the fuck do I do with these? I don't even know how much Electrum is worth. Joke on the fact that the majority of D&D players never actually interact with Electrum, despite it being one of the basic currencies.
Jaden in the background would be like, wow. Really nice guy. This is.
Right?
I am very loopy right now because I actually woke up from a nap as well.
Ah. Maybe you should go drink some water.
No, I had some cool drinking things. It's just it takes a while for me to properly wake up.
Okay. Electrum. You know what Electrum is, right?
Yeah, I haven't used any of my campaigns yet.
Yeah. It's one of those odd currencies that people always have to ask the DM. It's like, how much is this worth again? Like half a gold. They're like, wait, why is it half a gold? Why isn't it a nomination of 10? I said, because literally speaking, it's literally made half of gold. Did you know Electrum is a real thing, by the way, in the real world?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. For those of you at home who do not know, I just want to see this on stream. Electrum is a real thing. It's not just a mythical fantasy material like a lot of people think it is. It's an alloy of gold and silver. It was specifically used in ancient times to help extend gold coins and make it so that they don't have to use as much gold in gold coins. So they would put gold plating around a core of silver, which is what led to Electrum. Also, now Blue has joined us in the voice chat.
My phone was acting weird.
Here. Welcome.
Oh god. I regret resurrecting to the closest town to my main city now.
Oh.
Yeah, I forgot. I get murdered by frame drop.
Oh, right. So let me make us bigger on the stream. Actually big. So,
let me log out.
Blue.
So I actually want to grind.
Go ahead, Flame.
No, I'm just talking to myself. I'm gonna go and do a level 15 dungeon.
Okay. So, Blue,
With
are you
level
aware of
60.
what I'm currently doing?
They're making a bunch of loot tables.
Yes. Good job. You actually read the stream title. Unlike Jaden.
I mean, I pay attention to stream titles, so I kind of know what's going on, but...
You
I
really...
didn't even see the stream title.
Yep. That's why I was talking about loot boxes earlier.
I see.
Basically, these are tables for multiple reasons, but one of the main ones is if I have no idea what to give you guys, I'll just roll on the loot table an arbitrary number of times, and then just go from there and be like, "Oh, hey, you get this." You know, it's like if you open a chest and I have nothing prepared and nothing in mind to give you, yeah, okay. Or roll on this a couple of times, see what's in the chest. Plus, I'm adding in the new, well, thanks to Jaden's suggestion and my idea, there's now a new item in the game which can just straight up give loot box like mechanics. What are your thoughts on this?
Interesting.
Yeah, imagine a gotcha mechanic except in D&D, except it's not super pay to win.
I was about to say, do you have to pay for these?
If you consider crafting them paying.
Have I? Good.
If you consider crafting them paying, then kind of. Otherwise, no. They could just randomly be found. The idea of them is instead of finding an item of a certain rarity, you found a loot box of the rarity, which is guaranteed to give you one item of that rarity, but then also has a random chance to give you other items potentially from other rarities.
Okay, something weird is going on with my thing. I had like a crit chance of like 50 or something. What's up with my happened to my crit chance?
You got nerfed. You're no longer like Capsule anymore.
Yep, it sounds like you got nerfed, Flame.
Oh wait, no, never mind. It's actually fine. I forgot. I'm not supposed to look at my actual spell crit chance. I'm supposed to look at my fire crit chance. Which
Okay.
is fine. Yeah. Yeah, my main focus is on crit chance. I need to fix up because I don't have a lot of spell power, I don't think.
But yeah, this is just a hangout. Anything you want to talk about, Blue?
Uh,
Taking that as a no.
and not really.
Okay, that's fine. You're fine just saying. Listen, since I know this won't cause copyright.
Yes.
Okay, time to get loot. So I
Cool.
can give that to my gnome.
Time to actually work on the proper thing. I redid Frost. Womaning treaties. Six score spellbook, revoke ozone, marks of energy, tackle pages when found the book contains. Oh, it's another one of those spellbook things for wizards. Cool. There's a bunch of spellbook rare items. Oh, not sure if I mentioned this, Jaden, but I added in a property of Dwarven Metal that it actually interacts with the new durability mechanic that we have in the campaign.
I did not hear about this durability mechanic.
I found out there is actually rules for object HP and AC in the game normally, and so I just took
Oh, I
those.
see.
I took those rules and made a modified version of them that applies to armor and weapons. So yeah, um, now your armor and weapons can take damage. If they get damaged too much, then they can just break, which they'll provide no benefits. But you can either use like 10 minutes of mending or a 1 hour short rest to repair a piece.
I don't even think I have the spell mending.
No, but a lot of people in the party do. You can probably find some other past it.
Hello, I
Yeah.
have mending.
Yes. Also, you can repair things with mundane means as well, with things like a whetstone and that sort of stuff.
Makes sense, yeah.
You could also give it to a workshop to repair it for a small fee.
Or I could just tell Silvestro to repair what he gave me.
There, you don't really need to worry about it for the stuff that you summon as a warlock, because all you need
Yeah.
to do to repair it is unsummon it and then resummon it, and then boom, it'll be repaired.
Yeah, which essentially is all I have. I have things that I just summon, so
Yep.
kind of makes sense. I wasn't angry or anything about that because I had a feeling like that was something that's going to be associated because of that specific effect I had.
Yeah. And this is a mechanic I wanted to add in for a while now. I just haven't had a good system to do it, but now I have a good system to do it. So now I did it. I need to find where I wrote the note on. In here? No.
I forgot how silly my my build here is.
Ah, here we go. It's not even in reference. How about that? Okay. So, do you mind if I go over item, weapon, and armor durability in my...
I don't mind.
Since both of you are here, I might as well, because this will be happening tomorrow's session.
It'd be interesting.
Yeah, and to be fair, I have mentioned it a few times. That's like a thing. So,
You did. You have.
yeah. Okay.
You very much have.
So I'm gonna have to remember where I was. That's fine. Let's bring up the thing on object HP. Because the first line says, first off, look up object durability in the companion. So that's what I'm going to do. So, armor, not armor, materials have certain ACs. And that's listed here, where cloth, paper, and rope is AC 11, crystal, glass, and ice is AC 13, wood and bone is 15, stone is 17, iron and steel is 19, mithril is 21, and adamantine is 20. Hit points, however, is determined by the size, not by the material. Material determines AC. The hit points determines by the size. Though, the exception is the fact that if a material is fragile or resilient, it will affect the AC. Every material is either fragile or resilient. So, for example, glass is fragile. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas steel is resilient. Okay, so considering the fact that the majority of your gear will be resilient, I'm just going to talk about the resilient HP. So an object that is sized for a medium creature has an HP of 18. An object that is sized for a large creature, like Harold and Gerald, is HP 27. And, okay. So keep that in your head for a second. So HP 18 and 27. Those are the two relevant numbers. Alright? Second off, applying that for weapons and armor now. Third off, armor and weapons count as reinforced. As I talked about, they take out as resilient. And following the size category thing for the type of creature they're built for. So despite the fact that a sword would arguably be small, since it's built for a medium creature, I'm just going to go ahead and say it has the medium one, because your figure is probably built to be battered and damaged more than a regular medium object, like a barrel. So it having a little bit more HP than normal does make sense. Durability is always considered reinforced. Take the average HP. Yeah, technically you could roll 4d8 instead of doing 18, but we just always take the average for this. However, that's not the whole story. There's also modifiers to HP. But before I go to that, you probably want to know how things take HP damage, right?
Yeah, my guess is they probably take the damage when they're being used.
Yeah, well, kind of. Basically, armor and shields take the HP damage when you get hurt. So actually, when you get damaged, they take the damage. However, if you have both an armor and a shield that's actively protecting you, the amount of damage that the armor and shield takes is halved and split between them.
I see.
Yeah. So you'll still take the damage. It's just the armor and shield will, in addition, take in this game.
This is just a lot to keep track of. Goodness.
It's actually kind of simple. Um, you basically just need to keep track of the HP of your own armor and then just compare the HP of your own items and then compare it to, the amount of damage you do. As for weapons, they only get damaged if they're directly struck. So your weapon, you don't need to worry about your weapon breaking unless someone specifically slashes and hits your sword with their sword or something. Regular use doesn't wear it down. It's specifically when it's attacked by another weapon or attacker.
I see.
Though the heat metal spell does also damage the weapon.
And armor.
Yeah, and armor. There is certain factors though that increase the HP of a certain item. So, for example, if it's dragon forged and if it's if it's dragon forged or if it's dwarven metal, it has its HP multiplied by 2 compared to normal. If it's adamantine, it has an HP multiplied by 5. And then if it's a magical item, it automatically multiplies its HP by 10. So basically,
Which all of ours is.
yeah. So if it's a magic item, it's a lot less likely to break. Also, if it's mastercrafted, the armor itself has resistance to all damage. If it's mastercrafted, but that will only last while the mastercrafting itself is actually lasting. So once that goes away as well. Which, if you remember, that's a whole separate thing. So yeah, that's the object durability thing. Oh, also, if you have let's say clothes of mending or armor of mending, I'm allowing that to go on any item, by the way, not just clothes of mending. But anyway, if you have that on something, then at the start of each turns, it will heal 2d6 durability. So it will just slowly heal itself over time. So basically, you don't ever need to worry about it permanently breaking at that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
What's your thoughts on this, Henry?
I spaced out.
You speak out?
No, I said I spaced out.
Ah, okay.
I was trying to listen and spaced out.
Basically, it's just a ton of numbers, but for the most part, just if your thing is magical, you usually don't need to worry about this, because if it's, let's say, a magical armor that has 180 hit points, which is a lot. Granted, for Hunari specifically, you'd only have 100 because he's a small creature. So your stuff is less durable because you're a small creature.
Then again, I don't wear armor. I use magic armor.
There. So you don't need to worry about it at all.
I just need to worry about my technically dragon forged weapons.
Right. And those you don't need to worry about durability unless they're specifically struck by an enemy weapon or have heat metal cast on them. So basically you won't need to worry about it when you build your entire kit built that way.
Haha.
Hmm.
I think my
Like
my kit is something thing.
What was that, Jaden?
Yeah, I was just talking to myself. I was thinking if my kit was actually also built like that, but not really.
Your kit refreshes its HP whenever it's resummons, thanks to your warlock stuff. That'd be the case for your armor and your weapon.
Yeah. So I don't even think I have to worry about it at all.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much only the Okurai, Sortu, Pathangless, a few others like those that actually have to worry about this. And a lot of them just have the mending cantrip anyway.
There's been also another thing, because I don't know why. Recently I've been thinking up on making a
Hound of the Huntsman Ranger, which is a homebrew subclass of Ranger, which I think you saw that subclass with one of the players in the Ruined. That's one of their subclasses of the multiclass they're running, which better to not spoil who all the players are of that campaign. Or that be a bit of a surprise. And I don't know why, I was just thinking about role playing as like this character who essentially has the mentality of someone who still has the mentality of a child, but basically can't doesn't understand what's right and wrong. And basically, it's like a multi-class of Ranger Barbarian, specifically Beast Barbarian.
Interesting.
Very interesting because the entire build's essentially, yeah, he has no weapons. His weapons are literally his Shadow Claws that he just creates.
Okay.
And it's also kind of fucking terrifying because the rolling of that class is quite terrifying because every time when he attacks, I have to roll a charisma. I think it's a wisdom saving throw every time when I'm attacking with those claws. Because there's a chance I'll go into a feasting frenzy and devour souls.
That's gruesome.
Very gruesome.
Yeah, there's a reason why I don't have that sort of stuff in my game.
Yeah. It's a very dark, like a very, very dark subclass, but it's also semi kind of like, I think it's tanky ranger is essentially what the guy was going for, I think. Yeah, whatever. I just wanted to say it. I hopped off of Ascension now because I'm probably I'm getting ready for bed now.
Yeah, you've been yawning a lot. You probably deserve bed.
Yeah.
Sleep well.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Night.
Take care.
Uh,
And now it's just you and me.
Squee.
But yeah, part of the reason why I didn't have the Tatsuya thing be in a E session is because Kathang was kind of tied up literally all of her time during the entire break. Which kind of sucks, but whatever. And to do that, we would basically have to be having, like, you walk in during his mini session, which would require us to re-record that mini session. So
Yes, it would.
instead, sorry, go ahead.
I said, yes, it would.
Yeah. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to have a bunch of people. I figured pretty much the entire party is going to walk in at the end of the mini session during the actual session, because at the end of its mini session he was started crafting an 8-hour potion, and since he only slept for 4 hours, that basically means the end of it would be the start of the session. So you guys will be able to walk in on the last bit of that conversation, and it's going to be hilarious when all of you do because of what was going on during that section.
Fair.
Like, for example, Hoshio had her thing out during that part of the session.
Oh, yes, yes. That was something that I thought Henry would realize, like, wait a second, we're still being watched. Thankless, you can't be part of important conversations anymore. You're always being watched.
Right. Which Zokurai, or at least he hasn't necessarily done that yet, but Zokurai has it in his head that he has a permanent solution to that problem in his head. That's fun. You'll be able to actually figure out a permanent solution to that problem in next session. If he
Yes. Just put a cloth over it. Totally, that will solve everything. Ha 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 ha.
No, it's a certain uncommon magic item that makes you unable to be targeted by divination magic.
Fun.
Yep. So he would literally be impossible to scry on, which would solve the issue, because it always seems to be tracking Cathanglis, and no one else. Oop. Are you enjoying the relaxing...
I've had stream open today, but my phone was acting weird, so I closed it. Plus, I'd be receiving double audio.
Fair, but if you're watching my stream on Discord, you can hear it that way too.
Scream.
Was that your attempt as...
Scream.
Oh. Yeah, the thing that I posted in DM. Okay, I was looking at a certain magic item. It's basically, the Demonomicon of Tasha is basically what the item is. It's a certain artifact item. And one of the things that they mentioned is that the only way to destroy the book... Welcome back.
Ah, yes. I just somehow disconnected while just existing. Okay.
Anywho,
And-
as I was saying, so there's a Demonomicon of Tasha, which, okay, let me scroll up and find that. What was its name? Demonomicon of Igwil. Did you scroll up to this? So I was looking into this item. And one of the things that they mentioned was that there was a way to destroy the book that had various processes. But one of them involved, after you basically destroyed it, you then had to go inside of the binding of the book and go to the sub-dimension of the abyss that's within the book and find a certain item at the heart of that dimension and pull it out. And then take it back out of the book, and then the book becomes mundane. And that item in particular is the staff of Fraz Blue, or whatever the heck it's called. However, that staff doesn't have a stat block as an artifact item in the game. So I was like, okay, well, if you guys ever got this book and ever did that thing, I need to actually have stats for that item. That's why I put that down there, is once I finish with the loot tables, I'm just going to start doing that. Making stats for that. That's why there's all that. DM check.
Oh.
Also, what am I going to do about this mundane... What am I going to do about this item that has a Mind Flayer's brain in it?
Excuse me. What? Okay.
You can read the text on screen. When a Mind Flayer dies, other Mind Flayers try to salvage the dead elephant's brain and bring it to the colony in the brine pool, the other brain to consume. For this purpose, Mind Flayers craft funeral jars to store the brain in, made of stone.
Huh.
It doesn't tell me the rarity of such an item. So I'm like, what is the rarity of this?
The rarity would depend on your location.
Well,
I would assume.
it's not a magic item. Technically, it would count as mundane. So you guys might like roll, and instead of finding a book or an abacus or a Hulu's kit, you just find a brain in a jar. or just a box that would normally contain a brain. Also, perfect time for Zokwai to show up. Also, we are on stream. Keep in mind, Zokwai.
Yeah, I have the thing on already.
Cool. We were just talking about elephant brains in jars. How are you doing?
Wait. Wanna back up on that one?
I mean, fair. I found out there's an item in Volo's Guide to Monsters, which is literally a funeral jar that they stick an elephant's brain in before they bring it to feed the elder brain.
And okay. You know, it's D&D logic. I'm not gonna question it.
Not only that, it's mind flayers, and mind flayers are from the far realms. They're basically D&D Cthulhu. So yeah, okay, whatever. They're weird. Their entire thing is supposed to be weird.
Oh god.
But it just means that you guys might open a chest and just find a brain in a jar.
Oh. Anything else interesting on loot table?
Plenty of
Right.
There's plenty of interesting things on the loot table. For example, thanks to a suggestion from Jaden, we now straight up have loot boxes as the thing.
Oh, that sounds.
You remember that whole crafting a random magic item thing that I talked about at one point but never did?
Yeah.
That's basically what loot boxes are. Where when they have different rarities, they're for each of the rarities. So there's common, uncommon, rare, very rare, legendary, and artifact loot boxes. When you open the loot box, they're guaranteed to give you one random item of that rarity, and then a certain number of other items from various other rarities determined by a D100 roll.
Oh.
So yeah.
Nice.
How you doing, Zoka?
Doing okay. Just playing Monster Hunter and sort of it.
Monster Hunter Rise?
Yes. The demo for Sunbreak.
Cool. Blue was playing that last night.
Oh, I guess I missed that.
Yep, I was playing Monster Hunter Rise. We know if you pay attention to my stream announcements.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think Zokwai was at the time.
Oh no, I've been up. But actually, depends. What time was it?
It was like noonish my time, maybe 11.
What is it your time right now, though?
10:46. So like, say an hour from now.
Oh, then yeah, I was up.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait a second. Are you even in that server? I forget.
I don't know if he is, but I can invite him to it if you want me to.
I think I left.
You're in it. You're in it. You're in it.
Okay. I don't really check on it because I don't really want or care to. Yeah.
I just look at the pings mostly.
I don't even bother with the pings. I'm not gonna lie.
Is that good? Oh right, Gauntlets of Ogre back. I'm surprised that Gauntlets of Ogre Power are only an uncommon.
They seem like they should be rare.
Right. The reason I've heard people say about it is, oh, strength is a stat that rarely ever comes up unless you're a marshal, and marshals are bad. That's what I've heard a lot of people say, and I'm like, really?
Looking at fighter and barbarian, no strength is not bad at all.
Right. Their argument is always like, well, without any sort of magic casters, then flying enemies are just awful hit. And I'm like, dude, you know that bows exist, right?
And crossbows, and depending on the type of D&D, there might even be a gun.
Right. So no, marshals are fine. They can hit you from any range. Just need a good weapon. Just because it's a marshal doesn't mean it needs to be melee. In fact, I usually recommend that marshals get some sort of ranged option, even if it's just a sling. Honestly, I'm a really big advocate of just keeping a sling on you at all times as a D&D character. Even my gnome, Arthur Fitzgerald, he has a sling on him, despite the fact he has a crossbow and a turret and a rapier and spells. He still keeps a sling on him, just in case.
Wait, what does the sling allow you to do?
A sling is basically just a leather strap with a bit of cloth. It's basically just like, imagine like a small leather, not quite bucket, but like a little small leather pouch, tiny one that is wrapped with string, and you can have it tied around your neck like a necklace or whatever. But basically, what you can do is you can use it and then twirl it around and fling a rock at someone really hard.
The predecessor to slingshots?
It's a very low tech version of a slingshot.
So, yeah,
But
didn't it? I feel like it came before it, right?
yeah, it came before slingshots. Yeah, it came. The sling was first made around the time of archery, not as like it was around the invention of the bow.
Hmm.
To give you an idea, which is like ancient history. Before, and it was originally developed as a way to help hucking spears be, but that's different side story. The reason why I advocate for people to keep a sling on them is for the simple fact of if you run out of ammo and you run out of spell slots, you can always just pick up a rock off the ground and throw it at someone. And a sling just helps you do that better.
Oh, what if there's no rocks?
You can usually find something hard to huck at someone, regardless of what the environment is. You can usually find something hard to huck at someone.
I I sort of want to make the ultimate sling now, just because I probably. Oh,
Well, and my other thing is the fact that it weighs so little that you can literally just have it as like a bracelet or something and just have it on you. And even if it never comes up, there will be that one moment at some point where it's nice to have. Especially if it's just decoration on you, because if you're being searched and stripped of all your gear, unless they literally take all your clothing, I doubt they're probably going to take the sling because they won't recognize it as a weapon.
I mean, there's a reason they take out your clothing and force you into something else.
Well, I was talking in a scenario of like they throw you in jail.
Right, when you be in a different outfit anyway.
Depends on jail.
Okay, how do your jails usually do it?
Well, again, it depends on jail because some jails do that, but some jails are more lazy and just strip you of all your weapons and throw you in a cell.
That is stupid. What if you have like magic clothes or something? It's not like obvious.
Well, they usually do it with handcuffs that block you from using magic.
Okay.
Because those do exist in D&D, by the way. There is handcuffs that while you have them on, it's impossible to cast magic.
Oh, I should get those. Make the figure out how to make.
I believe they are a rare magic item.
You know, that'd be real useful for trying to tie someone up or something.
Yeah. There's another set of there's a couple of different kinds of manacles that do special things like that. A different set of them prevent you from dimensional travel of any kinds while you have them. So no one can, so it's basically the anti planeswalker manacles because they prevent all of the abilities that thing grants.
Oh. Ah, ah, ah. This is why I have other options in case I can't teleport. Ah.
Well, because basically it prevents all forms of all forms of magical movement is what it does. So you could only do non-magical movement while having those on.
It would suck if the only type of movement you can do is magical movement.
Yeah, because then you'd basically have a speed of 0.
Move a prisoner, I can't move. Why? Because I only do magical movement.
Right? A good example of something with only magical movement would be the Inkling mascots. That only has magical movement.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Does.
The spirit companion wouldn't be animated at all then, because that relies on magic to move. And
Yeah.
to be animated.
So the statue would just basically become inert at that point.
Oh, with the serpent thing also become inert.
I could barely hear
Half
you.
magic.
You're pretty quiet, Silk, right?
I'm sort of facing away, so that's my excuse. Okay. What I was asking was the serpent, little math serpent thing. That become inert too?
I don't know. You'd
Math
have to give me more details on what the heck you're talking about.
mascot for
Oh,
Quandrix?
for Witherbloom?
Oh, Quandrix.
Oh, I have no freaking idea because it's a living math equation. I had no idea.
Good. Good.
I know, for example, the Witherbloom one, though, would be largely unaffected.
Yeah, it's organic, like, not magic.
Yes. So there's 3 ways that these loot tables can be triggered. Campaign. Sorry if I'm
Right.
just segueing away.
Right.
So there's 3 ways that these can be triggered. Either number 1, if you guys open a chest or whatever and I don't have anything prepared, I just feel lazy, I'll just roll it. Number 2, there is a very specific wild magic surge I added into the game, which could potentially spawn 1d20 random loot items.
Oh,
And then number 3 would be loot boxes.
okay.
Those are the 3 ways that the loot tables actually get. Which, by the way, I call these the loot tables, but they're not actually the loot table. They're just the tables inside the table. Here is the loot table itself, like the actual one, with results near the bottom being more common and results near the top being more rare. As you can see here, because it's rolled that many times, whereas this one is only rolled. Yeah. So yeah, this is the actual loot table that you roll, and then some of these things you'll say like one mundane item, which is when I would roll on this table, see what you got. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and roll on that. I just got one common magic item, which if we then roll on that table was the armor of gleaming. Then I need to roll to see what kind of armor it is and whether or not it's made out of a special material. Which I'm going to do that right now. We're going to do that at some point later.
Sure.
Probably going to make new tables for those, to be fair. As silly as that is. But yeah, it's just a hangout stream. Oh, I will not get to weather mechanics today. That's something else for a different time. I have no idea what I'm going to do about weather.
Oh yeah. Oh, um, I'd suggest an idea of just to roll. I don't know the effects of what weather.
I mean, on one hand, yeah. On the other hand, how drastic of changes do I want day to day to be weather?
Maybe there should be like two charts, one extreme weather, the other normal weather.
Right, but then it's like, okay, do you classify rain as normal?
Yes. So, what level of rain is the problem?
Right. And then there's the whole thing of temperature. Because if you get in the weather, then we need to get into temperature.
That I have no idea how to.
Me neither. Because there is rules for extreme heat and extreme cold, and people are like snowy regions. And, oh hey, it's cold there. But what if it's just like a sudden cold snap? Guardian? Well, okay, I implement that because there's the whole thing of like, okay, I get that, but also then my players might just feel like, oh, you did that to add blah 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 to right now or whatever. No, it's like you did that on purpose. It's like, oh, you're not wrong, but I also did it for a different. Oh, I worry about that. I try. That's why I try to find a random way, because that way it's like, well, it's out of my hands. It's just what was rolled, but I can't think of a way to do that to just straight up make it a super chaotic.
Well, why not have like a range? Like, oh, hey, between this number and this number, weather's about, right? And it depends on the region for like a chart. If that makes any sense?
That makes sense, but that's also a ton of work, and that would require me to actually think about, because I don't have a concrete one-to-one roadmap built. So that had me thinking about when you go to a new area. Okay, where on the chart would it be in terms of region? What are the regions around it? What are those? So that helps determine this and blah blah blah. There's so many tiny little things that it's like daunting to me to try and do something like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Because I'm
And
a
I agree with.
I'm a perfectionist. I like everything being figured out.
You have to get into cold fronts and everything weather-wise.
Yeah, which is stuff I do not understand.
There.
Sorry if it sounded like I was droning you out. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
There is still a on a lighter note, there is still a non-zero chance that you can just open up a loot box and end up with a new airship.
I mean,
uh, it's like those game show things of like, you got a +1 weapon and a flame tongue and a new car. But really, it's new airship in this case instead of a new car.
Alright, guys, I want a car.
And then Zokor is like, what the hell's a car? Now, imagine you saying Sylvester told me about it. It's like, God damn. That,
Yes, I had a small conversation with Sylvester about the other worlds and such, and then there's this there's this world of metallic and such, and people are, comfortable. They drive around these metallic carriages that aren't driven by horses or any other creatures. Very interesting.
right?
Uh,
That goes into way more detail than I thought it would.
Fair.
I'd like to think that at some point it's just like, oh hey, randomly, Hunarish is talking to others, and then you ask a question of Silvestro, and then Silvestro just responds with, "You want a new car," and then actually answers the question. He was like, "Wait, what's a car?" And Silvestro never answered.
That was big move.
That probably would be more realistic. I was just going off of what, how Fire Emblem Heroes actually described it. Because there's this
Oh.
one point in book 4 where they actually describe the human world.
Oh, cool. It's just like the classic question of, if you were to describe to an alien how a human jumps without them having any concept of what a jump is or what legs are, how would you do it?
That's a great question. Actually.
And the best answer I've heard for it is using muscles to cause a downward propulsion of energy to shoot yourself upwards into the air.
Oh, yeah, that pretty much is it.
Yeah.
Which reminded me of the whole metal carriages thing that Hooner is talking about when you drive a car.
Fair.
It also reminds me of airboards. Using a gust of wind to keep your board afloat. And your weight.
Yeah.
I have never heard of that. Huh.
Isn't it
What,
what
you've never heard of airboards?
Isn't it what
No.
Sonic Riders is based off of?
Yes.
Wait, those are an actual thing?
Yes, you've never heard of airboards? What?
No?
Oh, sweet child. Oh,
Don't call
sweet
it child.
child.
Don't call me that. Don't pity me here.
Make an intimidation check with disadvantage. Wait, no.
Where do I begin with? You know what? No. We're just gonna go to Sonic Riders opening cutscene just to get.
I know what their thing looks like, but I didn't know there was an. Alright.
Yeah. This is probably a good introduction to the airboards. Oh.
I know what the thing from Sonic Rider. I know that.
They're called extreme air gears in Sonic Riders, but they're essentially airboards.
No, that's neat.
Yeah.
Life is pain.
Honestly, I was thinking of getting one of these in the campaign, but I just didn't know how to bring it up because Hoonery wouldn't know about these, to be honest. He can already fly.
Would just ask me, hey, do you have a magical way to fly? And I have to like, no. And I just get an idea to make the.
It's like, we need personal vehicles. How about boards that can fly, that can hover above the ground by using like a gust of wind?
See, that feels more random than, hey, do we have magic ways to fly or any items for that? That feels a lot more organic than specifying exactly what type of air you wanted.
True. That's what the trouble I was having coming up with.
By the way, Blue, if you look in chat, you'll notice that we have a new bot in server.
Like we should.
Ah. I didn't realize. I never realized Just standing
Okay.
here, I never realized things that were added to the server.
So Nightbot, which I added into my actual stream chat, there's an option to also have it sync with Discord and also manage things on Discord. So I allowed that. However, I did not allow it to delete messages. Instead, it informs staff chat when certain messages are supposed to with certain words in. So that way, it doesn't take action, but it alerts us, and we can take action.
That seems nice.
Yeah. So in this case, for example, Enio just posted the word asshole in that other chat, which it immediately went, oh, this is something bad, but it didn't remove it. It just posted in the staff chat alerting us about it.
That's good.
Yeah, because in this context, I'm okay with him saying that. But there are going to be contexts where it's not okay. Obviously.
I feel that's for a lot of words, generally
Right.
speaking.
If I didn't have that setting on, then Nightbot would have just completely removed his message because he said that one word. So, yeah. That's why I have it on. I just thought I'd tell you about it because I just saw it doing its thing, and that made me smile because I'm glad it actually works. I haven't gotten a
Yeah,
chance
it's
to tell.
doing its
Sorry, go ahead, Zoka.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's doing its job for once.
Yep. It's also silently working in the background of stream. Also, I now have a lurk command, by the way, Henry, if you want to try it out.
Eh. Mm.
Yep. So I added in the lurk command. Ability to lurk.
I need to go get ready for the day, essentially.
Oh, okay. You need to leave, that's fine. I'm getting ready for tomorrow.
Dream, hopefully we get to fight something.
Let's see, can I trigger the lurk command on my own? Yes, I can. Cool.
Yeah, I imagine you would be able
Now you can see it on screen as to what the lurk command is. If you
to.
look at my Twitch stream. Sorry, what was that?
I'm just saying nice without it.
Yep. I think it's kind of a cute message. I wrote that message.
Uh,
I have decided to join the rank and file of the worker bugs, because remember, lurkers are workers. I was thinking like worker ants, sort of thing.
I mean, you have to be like and
I think my channel is called Bug Boy, so lots of people make bug puns.
bro.
So I'm like, I'll embrace the whole worker bug thing. That works. And that goes with my whole thing of lurkers are workers.
That sounds about right.
Yep. You know why I say that, right?
Not I really.
The reason why I say that is because even if you're lurking in the background and not paying attention to the stream, you're still boosting my number of viewers, which helps me get closer to affiliate. So you're still working to help the stream, even if you're lurking in the background. That's why I call it. That's why I say workers are lurkers. Sorry, lurkers are workers. Sorry. Basically, it's just me saying you don't have to actively interact with the stream to help the stream. You can just be in the background with it muted and doing something else, and that's still going to help.
Yeah.
That just has me think of the Mabel. Grappling hook!
Oh my god. Gravity Falls was a rip.
Yes, it was. Blame Yin for getting me into that show.
It's a good show.
Yeah, it's a good show. Mabel Pines is not a good character, but it's a good show. Uh, I will straight out say I'm in the camp of people that hates Mabel Pines.
I don't hate. I don't like them either. So
I have two entire videos of evidence on well that I did not make myself, but that other one someone else made that after watching them I'm like, yeah, okay, no. I totally agree with this. It basically just goes down every single thing that makes her a horrible person. And not only her, but a lot of female characters made by that specific company. Which is just kind of, you know, they characterize people that way a lot. That's a whole different thing. That's a whole different thing.
it's a whole tangent within itself.
Yeah, but that's what this stream is all about, going off on tangents. Just me sitting here doing something, talking. Yeah, this is just a chill stream. Chill streams have no purpose and no subject. They're just sitting here doing something I'd be doing off stream. So now I can just do it.
Engine fodder. Oh.
So are you ready for tomorrow?
As ready as I can be. I don't know what we do with the 4 hours that I have.
I figured
For that.
I figure the next session is going to start with everyone ending up in Toshio's office. Basically.
You're gonna get
Because
an assignment?
I want the hilarious moment of everyone walking in on Toshio and conversation.
Oh yeah, the on.
Yeah, because technically, since he's making a potion, and the amount of time to craft that would actually make it run into the actual session proper. And there's a lot of people that want to talk to Toshio anyway. I'm like, it would just be the funniest possible thing of any scenario of just everyone just walks in on the internet.
Dude, why does everyone want to talk with little old box lady?
Not everyone, but I know Hoonery, Clocksworth, Jaden, and one other person all want to talk to her.
That's the majority of the party.
Right. That's why I figured everyone would just show up there. Not that necessarily everyone wants to, just the majority of the party does, and I figured the rest of the people go along with it. Oh, also, Sortu will not be there for the next session.
Oh?
Yeah. There's a thing going on with his nephew, 8 to 9 months, 8 to 9 months around there, and he's being conscripted to join the party. So he's being forced to go to the party against Duel on Saturday.
Oh.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to interact with people, and we already worked out what his character's doing during this time, but he will not be a part of the next session.
Sure.
Silvestro basically the idea is that Silvestro teleported his character somewhere else to go run some errands. That's where he'll be the entire time. So, he's gonna be gone. He's not even going to be an NPC. He's just going to be running errands, and we'll talk about what those errands are when he'll come back.
Oh, at least he gets some off character. Anytime he does return.
Yeah, we could do we could do like mini sessions talking about what he does off camp.
Would be a good idea.
That's something we could definitely do. Are you grade X +2? No. Oh, so I need to do that. Got it. I lost my place.
Sure.
Not your fault. Also, I'm a little surprised that you're here, given the fact that you wanted to take a break from calling.
I mean, I had my break. Fair.
Oh, wow. You're quick at breaks. Usually, when I take a break from something, I take a break for like an entire week.
I pretty much took a break from VC for like a week, half a week around there.
It was a day and a half at most.
Or to your knowledge,
I guess.
It
But
was
given how much that we were watching stuff together,
when the fuck did we watch the? That's about the last time I really VC with you.
I guess that was longer ago than I think it was. Oh, it feels like it was only a few days ago, but I guess it wasn't.
It's Sunday.
It's currently Friday.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm asking. Wasn't the last time we actually properly sat down and watched the full thing like Sunday?
I don't remember. Oh, also, by the way, I've shown Fox episode 4 by now.
Good. Yeah, you told me that in episode 5 before I had to go.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry, I'm scatterbrained right now.
Fine.
I'm just thinking about all.
Yeah, I wish I had more things to do, but besides.
Yeah. One of the things I had to figure out, for example, is where the hell could. Given the fact that there is no Draconic Heaven anymore.
They go to the future heaven?
Well, okay, because normally metallic dragons go to Bahamut, which is currently in Mount Celestia. Chromatic dragons go to Tiamat, who is stuck in a furnace. They end up in the first layer. They end up in the first layer of hell, basically.
Wait, so all chromatic dragons basically auto go to hell? Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, they automatically go to a furnace.
Oh, that's shit.
Yeah, it is. But Thardior, which is the one that corresponds to Gem Dragons, he doesn't exist right now. He's shattered into a million fucking pieces. So where do Gem Dragons go?
That middle area? Like the very middle, I meant.
The very middle area is the prime material world.
Oh, no. Oh, there was a video. I don't remember. There was a middle area that was like true neutral out.
No.
And there was a central place where there were doors to everywhere if you could find it.
There is no true neutral outer plane.
Can't remember the name. That's why I'm struggling a little bit.
I guess the only place I can really think of that they could go is the astral plane, and that's about it.
No place in mind. I don't remember the name. Look up that name.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I was saying I have a place in mind. I don't remember the name, but it'd be so fitting. Oh, I think it's outer. Is it outer planes? What was it? Hold on, let me take a picture of that. Out? Is it Outlands? Outlands, I think. On. This is the place I'm sending you in DM.
Oh, the Outlands with Sigil.
Yes, yes.
That's an interesting place, though. I'm not sure I'd send them there just because I have no idea on the lore of that place. And that's what I was thinking of the astral plane for two reasons. One, I actually know the lore of the astral plane. And two, it's the realm of thought, which it's also the realm where dead gods reside.
So they go where their god goes? So
Well, the other two dragons go where their gods go. So the reason why Chromatics go to hell is because Tiamat is there, and the reason why the reason why Metallics go to Mount Celestia is because Bahamut is there. So it makes sense that if Sardior was in the astral plane, gem dragons would go there. Plus, they're also dragons of pure thought. They're dragons of thought. So it would make sense that they would go to the place of the mind.
I can't really argue with that logic.
Yeah, and then there's also another really neat lore implication for it too, and that's the fact that the astral plane is the lack of a space, and that it's not a plane unto itself. It's the space between planes. Meaning, the only things that go to the astral plane are things that don't have anywhere else that they belong. Which is also fitting in this case. Because literally, gem dragons don't have anywhere that they belong.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Because it's important to remember for people out there, by the way, that in D&D, the ethereal and the astral are two very different things. But not only that, the astral is not a place unto itself. It's the spaces between places. There is no such thing as distance in the astral plane. What you perceive as distance is just an illusion, and everything is really both infinitely small and infinitely large at the same time in the astral plane.
Sure.
Oh, I mean, you say sure, but that's just straight up the truth of it. It is. There is no such thing as distance. Sorry, go ahead.
I said fair. Okay,
Yeah.
like I didn't believe.
Yeah, you saw that video I linked to you on astral stuff.
I think I watched it before too. At least.
Right? But now Zokarite knows.
Oh yes. Oh. God, having a god is sort of.
And that's small spoilers for people watching this, of which there's no one watching this.
Fair.
There's
Yeah,
absolutely
there's
no.
not.
To be fair, not only is there no one watching this stream, how many people are even going to bother to watch the random hangout session on my YouTube channel?
And we didn't give enough context anyway. Oh.
Right. Considering most of my videos only get like a few dozen or a few hundred views at best. Yeah, it's not that very. Where the hell was I? I lost my place again. You know what I found out that I found interesting? Armor has +1 armor has higher rarity than +1 weapons.
Really?
Yep. A +1 weapon is uncommon. A +1 armor is rare.
Wow.
Yep.
That's damn.
Meaning a
Rare.
+3 weapon is very rare, and a +3 armor is legendary.
Ow. Okay. It's weird.
I only just now found that out from actually looking through the list of things. So that does
Glad I
change a few
noticed
things.
this.
Specifically, what it changes for you is when you permanently do your enhanced defense infusion onto a when you permanently enchant the enhanced defense infusion onto an item, it now counts as a rare infusion rather than a uncommon one. The actual take longer and more money.
Oh. God damn it.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. So whatever.
Well, at least I got all the important stuff I wanted used, armor-wise. Oh.
Yep. Oh, speaking of that, did you see what I posted to you in D&D of the new Artificer epic boons that are available?
You showed me at least.
I showed you two different ones because they're both of the new ones. There is ones that
Oh.
exist before, but they're new, specifically third level epic boons. So you need to. It needs to be your third or higher epic boon that you've got to pick those.
Oh. Okay.
So they're some of the more powerful ones as a result. If you don't remember what those are, you can reread them and let me know what you think of them.
Yeah. First one, very much good. Extra. It's nice. The other one. Makes sense. Right? Yes. Yeah, the second one makes sense. Surprising, I guess.
Right. Does the second one seem excessive for a third level?
Oh, isn't this the highest level boon?
No. The highest level is 6th level boon, which basically means that you need to have already gotten 5 boons before you can take them.
Considering how late game this would be, it's fair.
Right.
Actually, I think I'd make the first one a second level boon, maybe.
There is no such thing. It's either 1st, 3rd, or 6th.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, then I guess both are fine as third level.
And the only reason why I didn't go with 6th, oddly one, is because there is no 6th level class specific boons currently in.
Sure.
And it would be kind of weird to just random artificers.
Plus the amount of time even get that would basically be the end of the campaign. So
Right. And also, you need to think about the other things this compares to. Like, for example, a boon that just gives you resistance to all damage except a type and a bunch of other benefits. Or a boon that gives you an extra action, bonus action, and reaction. Or.
Alright.
Yeah. Those are some of the crazy 6th level boons.
Yeah.
Oh, Silvestro abused the one. He has 4 different iterations of time dilation. So he has 5 actions, bonus actions, and reactions. Silvestro. Yeah, which is kind of interesting. Because it basically means that he gets to take 5 actions before you get the chance. Usually.
I'm so glad he's not a fighter. I'm beyond he's a fighter.
He's not a fighter,
Oh.
but he is indeed a barbarian.
Life is pain. No. Why would you do do this?
Blame Silvestro. He's the one that wanted it.
Wait, what?
I said blame Silvestro. I asked him what he wanted, and he wanted this. I was like, okay.
Oh,
I sometimes do that, where I just straight up, like, get into the mind of my character, and I'm like, okay, what would he want if he had the choice? And in this case, he said, I want time dilation. Like, really? He's like, yes. Okay.
oh God! If you, I can't imagine. Somebody like manipulates time 4 times. How many seconds a turn?
There is 6 seconds per turn.
600. 24. He manipulates time for 24 seconds.
Okay, it's not okay because I call it boon of time dilation, but the other way you could interpret it instead of time dilation is just he's so fast he can take that many actions in the course of what would normally be one turn for something.
Oh.
So you could also just take it as straight up raw speed as well instead of actually time dilation.
We're dividing it by like 4 times instead.
In this case, 5, because he's taking 5 actions in a span of 1.
Right. So one calculator.
It's also important to know, by the way, it gives you another action, bonus action, reaction. It doesn't give you more speed, like actual movement speed. But you could take some of those actions to dash, which would then give you more speed. But by default, it doesn't give you more speed.
I mean, you wouldn't really need anything else when you have a bonus action, reaction, and action 4 more times.
Yeah.
I think you OTK someone, anyone, span of 5 turns.
Basically, yeah. There was. I did a couple of mock-up battles.
Yes.
What? With someone calling you? I assume Zokai will be back.
Right. There.
Welcome back.
how much of that was caught on stream?
Nearly none of that. All I heard with you yell was yes, and then I couldn't hear anything else after that.
Hey, good, good. Keep my lagging.
Want to talk about what happened?
Oh, it was just the computer lagged and I couldn't. At least I didn't think I could mute, so I just had to like walk out the door. Like,
Okay.
Also, each action would be 1.2 seconds of 6 seconds.
Yeah.
That's very. How do I feel like fighting a god would still be worse?
Oh, it would be.
I hate that it would be worse. This is already pretty bad. Hey, one question could be: is there any eldritchy ways to become an eldritchy thing? Yes.
I don't know what you necessarily mean by.
I think Alvestro counts.
Oh well, wait. What are you trying to ask me? Because I know what Eldritch means, but I'm just wondering what are you asking me?
You know how like people can on a rare occasion become god? They pretty much embody it and yada yada yada. I was wondering if there's like a similar thing for eldritch beings.
No,
And
for the simple fact that Eldritch beings are more similar to primordials or what's known as ancient evils, and basically they're beings that are a lot more like sorcerers with how they operate, where all their power is generated from themselves rather than from worshippers, like gods have it. So basically, if Zokarai became a god, he'd be a lot more like a primordial than like a traditional god.
yeah,
Which,
that's about right.
fun fact, the primordials and the gods had a big old war over various reasons. But yeah, they've always been at odds with each other. Kind of fitting that you're continuing that legacy.
Yes. In a very weird way, yes, I'm
Yep.
continuing in eternal feed.
And fun fact, my self-insert character Finreal is technically a primordial. Not actually a god, but he's an honorary god because he's one of the few that are actually cool with the gods. Like, yeah. He just lets bygones be bygones. He just wants to do crafting all day.
He basically pulled a what's his face? Jerk the serpent in
Yeah.
lockdown.
That one.
You're just taking that role. That is.
Well, I'm not taking the role of that specific primordial, but a similar-ish thing happened.
Okay, now I'm curious what the hell did he, quotes do?
Well, two things that are notable about Finreal as a character. Number one, he predates the D&D multiverse. So he was there at the time of creation because he predates the time of creation for D&D.
Okay.
So he existed before it, and him, most of the gods are called quote-unquote youngins by him. Because he considers them young, given how old he is.
Okay.
And two, what was your question?
No, do you want me to repeat the question?
Oh, you're asking what's his role in things, something like that?
What did he do to gain that respect? Yeah, his role.
Oh, he's always been an advocator for peace. He doesn't really care what people do as long as they generally get along with each other.
Guy like me at all?
What was that, Sokoi?
Why does this guy like Zokurai like at all?
Because he doesn't really care what Sokoi does as long as he just generally gets along with people. And so far, yeah, what you've been doing so far, Sokoi just generally gets along with people. In his opinion.
Very different opinions, but you know what? Whatever. I'm not gonna question it.
You gotta realize Finreal is chaotic good. In alignment.
Yes. I realize.
He has two different homes. One is in Mount Celestia, the other is in the Beast. In one of them he hangs out with Bahamut, in the other one he hangs out with the Storm Giant King, one of his friends. Actually, he has three homes technically, because the third one is in Asgard.
Okay, man. Having two vacation homes.
Well, one of them's two of them are workshops, and then the third one is a vacation home. But the vacation home being Asgard, because he just goes there when he wants to just fight and party.
Fair.
Yeah. Most of the time, he spends his time in Mount Celestia, though, with Bahamut.
I there a lot of the time.
What was that?
I there a lot of the time.
Do you want to say that on stream?
I mean, there like no one else really knows, so maybe a little context would be fine.
Okay. Yeah, whenever you're dreaming. And you went silent.
I went silent. Yeah.
A mixture of shock and wonder, I'd assume.
Hold on. Really? Just, I don't know. I guess I was just waiting for a big explanation of why.
Oh, the reason why you go to that play, it's the reason why you specifically go to his workshop, because he, instead of you going to the astral plane, he just directly ferries you there.
To be fair, that's probably for the better.
Yeah. He has always done that. You just haven't noticed until recently that you. It wasn't until you had the event happen and your spark awakened that you realized you're not just going to some arbitrary dream. You're actually going to a physical space that exists somewhere.
Oh, that hurts my brain a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. And you're wondering how you're doing that. It's your spirit doing it. So if you know the astral projection spell, think something similar to that, except slightly different.
He's
Which, by the
Or-
way, it does still technically count as a dream, meaning that if Cathanglis uses his new ring to enter your dream, he can also enter there that way while you're there. It does technically count as a dream.
still has to get through the whole mind.
He still needs your permission, yeah, because of your ring of mind journey.
Right. That'll be interesting. Jake, I wouldn't need to sleep. I'm thinking about it. What?
I couldn't hear you.
I was mumbling to myself. Dread doesn't need sleep. what would he be doing?
Dread does not need to sleep, and Dread has no idea about where you go other than what you told him, if anything.
Oh, I was thinking for purposes of the spell that I have temporarily. How long does it take to make a spell book? Or what's level spell was it? Common or demon? Like a level 2, level 3? What was it?
Find me the exact level, that does matter.
Uh, mm, Alright, let's see what level. Third level spell.
Who's gonna say there's a I can't. What else?
Hmm.
Because it says it's a magic item, but it doesn't give a freaking rarity.
Sure.
It's a Haggai, which is a whole thing with like a lore behind it.
Oh.
I just wish it gave me a rarity. Also, you guys can just straight up find like halberds, like just mundane weapons. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I figured.
Doesn't have to be like +1 weapons. It'll be, a normal ass weapon, or a, or a few bars of gold is fine. It.
What would a bar of gold be worth?
I don't know. Look up how much a pound of gold is worth in gold pieces.
Um,
Oh right, I forgot about that. Wait, no, I wasn't. I'm on halberd. I'm not on freaking half plate. I almost skipped ahead. That would not have been. I went from like halberd +1, halberd +2, half plate +3. Wait a minute.
uh,
If you're wondering, by the way, this is a 10-hour mix Skyrim music, so I don't need to worry about it. Because I don't.
Sure.
I only stream at most. Which, granted, I'm getting pretty close to, but that's mainly just because this is such a casual hangout stream, and this is what I'm going to be doing anyway, that I don't really care about how long it's been.
Right.
I'm gonna sit here until I'm bored and.
Sure. Yeah.
Realistic, that you can say no one is.
And I'm gonna go take like a shower. So,
Okay, take care.
and I'll see you maybe in a bit. Definitely tomorrow.
Yep. See when you get back from your shower. If you don't come back, then I guess I'll talk to you or tomorrow.
Yep.
Have played 3. Doo-doo. Alright. I think I'm gonna call the stream here. I want to take a break from this. Being a little bit tired. I want to take a break. So, I'm just gonna call the stream here. Thank you everyone for watching. If indeed you still are, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye!